modernization drive within the Ghana Armed Forces, including a $1 billion investment in military logistics, infrastructure, and welfare. He was 50 years old. Also included was Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. He was a member of Parliament for Tamale Central. Dr. Murtala was a passionate advocate for sustainable development and environmental protection. Prior to his ministerial role, he served as Deputy Minister for Information and for Trade and Industry. Alhaji Muniru Muhammad, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Agriculture, was also among the fatalities. A key figure within the National Democratic Congress, Alhaji Muniru played an important role in security coordination and intelligence efforts. He was widely regarded as a calm and steady hand in matters of national security. Also perishing in the crash was Samuel Abuaje, a former parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress. He was Acting Deputy Director General of the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO. The crash also claimed the life of Dr. Samuel Sapong, Vice Chairman of the NDC and a former regional minister. A seasoned public administrator, Dr. Sapong contributed significantly to regional development and party organization across various regions. 3 members of the Ghana Armed Forces were operating the flights. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. All 3 were experienced professionals in military aviation and had served with distinction.
And President John Dramani Mahama has suspended all his scheduled activities and programs for the rest of the week and declared 3 days of national mourning starting today, Thursday, August 7, 2025. In a statement signed by the Government Communications Minister, Phyllis Kwachiofoso, it said the government, through the Chief of Staff, has directed that all flags must fly at half-mast until further notice. The statement further noted that there will be 3 days of national mourning, and we will be staying longer on this and update you in our subsequent bulletins. But if you're an old student of Pope John Senior High School in Minor Seminary and you've not left the house for work yet, just so you know, we are all going to wear black today in solidarity with the demise of our brother, Dasebre Dr. Edward Omanibuama. It's hit very hard, the fact that in a recently held 67th Speech and Prize Giving Day, he was a guest of honor and even tarred the entire road network of the institution. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Away from that, following a meeting with the Ministry of Transport, road transport operators have agreed to temporarily suspend a proposed 20% increase in public transport fares that was to take effect on Friday, August 8. And the decision was made due to a lack of broader consultations on the matter. This move comes after the Ghana Road Transport Coordinating Council and other unions had announced the fare hike, citing increased operational costs from a new fuel levy and high prices for spare parts. However, the Ghana Private Road Transport Union had publicly distanced itself from their announcement, stating it was not consulted. As a result of the suspension, operators have been instructed to continue implementing the 15% reduction in public transport fares that went into effect on May 24, 2025. The ministry and transport bodies are now appealing to all operators and the public to cooperate in enforcing this existing fare structure. Well, if you're just tuning in, you're watching the morning news, the first bulletin of the day right here on TV3 in More News this morning. President John Dramani Mahama has announced a $50 million boost to the seed capital of Ghana's National Vaccine Institute. The funding is aimed at strengthening the country's vaccine manufacturing infrastructure and reducing reliance on imports.
Speaking at the Ghana Vaccine Manufacturing Investment Forum, President Mahama emphasized that his commitment to the health sector stems from a broader vision to position Ghana as a vaccine production hub for Africa. The president also revealed plans to amend legislation governing made-in-Ghana products to support local manufacturing.
To accelerate this agenda, the government of Ghana is committing an additional $50 million to the seed capital of the National Vaccine Institute. And so this will raise the total to $75 million. Will be directed towards building and equipping vaccine manufacturing infrastructure. It will train Ghanaian scientists and technicians through the Ghana Biomanufacturing Training Consortium. But let me point out that this is not charity, it is strategy. We will commit public sector procurement to buy made-in-Ghana vaccines. And we're going to amend the procurement law to ensure that local manufacturers will be the first.
Minister of Health, Kwabena Mintah Akando, disclosed that the ministry has made payments toward vaccine immunization efforts nationwide.
The cost of inaction is greater. We continue to spend billions importing what we would produce. Job losses, skills unused, sovereignty postponed. We are not pleading for aid. This is a business case. This year, we have front-loaded the payment of vaccines in this country, our co-financing, and already we have paid not less than $24.5 million for the immunization of this country.
Meanwhile, Minister of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Elizabeth Ofosuejare, says there is a need for robust financial backing and urged financial investors and development partners to support the mission.
By investing in local vaccine development and manufacturing, Ghana can achieve health sovereignty, reduce costs, create jobs, and contribute to regional health security. My ministry is therefore committed to this agenda by developing a pharmaceutical policy document to transform the sector, leveraging on the Continental Free Trade Arrangement to address import substitution and accelerate exports.
The initiative marks a major step in Ghana's journey toward health sovereignty and industrial growth.
And now Ghana could be plunged into a nationwide DSTV blackout in a matter of hours if MultiChoice fails to slash subscription fees by 30%, as pressure mounts from frustrated users and government stakeholders. The standoff threatens not just home entertainment, but also the survival of local viewing centers that have become vital social hubs for many communities. Here's a report by my colleague, Noble Crosby-Annan.
Time is ticking for many DSTV subscribers across the country. In a matter of hours, Ghana faces a possible DSTV blackout unless MultiChoice Ghana slashes its subscription fees by at least 30%. This ultimatum follows mounting pressure from stakeholders, including the sector ministry, who argue that the current pricing structure is exorbitant and unfair. Complaints have not ceased. Many frustrated customers say they've had enough.
I believe that the Ghanaian people have been fleeced and exploited for too long. Directed the NCA to suspend the broadcasting license of DSTV effective 7th of August 2025 if they fail to effect a reduction in their bundle prices.
DS and Mbino, you share your channels and Ghana. Your friend says, is your minister or premier?
We were watching other channels before DSTV. The minister is fighting for us. They should leave. It is expensive when you have to renew subscription, even when you don't watch it.
It's a big worry for me because I use the DSTV watch ball. So if they cancel it, it will affect me. So I'm pleading them to reduce the price so that we can buy some, then we watch it. Myself, I want to buy some because of the price. So if they reduce the price, I'll buy some and then watch because of the ball.
Across the country, viewing centers have become hubs for community life, especially the youth. From Champions League nights to big boxing bouts, these spaces offer more than entertainment. They are lifeline for many young men. Some who can't afford personal subscriptions, but gather to connect, banter, and breathe after a tough day. Football brings us together, so they should reduce it. If DSTV is ordered to shut down, it will affect all of us. For some, a blackout could mean lost income, empty seats, and a ripple effect on nearby vendors who thrive on the crowd.
DSTV has really helped us. Like for instance, people normally come here and watch a football match. When there is a live match, you will see this place. This place will be very full. Most of them will come here. Some of them will buy. You cannot sit here without buying drinks. So when they come here, they will buy drinks.
Many are hoping for an amicable resolution, a compromise by one party or both parties. Until then, we wait to see.
And Media Foundation for West Africa, MFWA, has launched a new guide for journalists to help in the fight against illicit financial flows, a phenomenon that costs Ghana an estimated $1.4 billion to $3 billion annually. And the guide is designed to equip media practitioners with the tools and knowledge to investigate and report on complex financial institutions.
Illicit financial flows, IFFs, which include tax evasion, trade mispricing and money laundering, are a major obstacle to Ghana's development, undermining government revenue and widening inequality. At the launch of the media guide, country director of Oxfam, Mohammed Anwar Sadat Adam, noted these funds could otherwise be used to finance critical projects for development.
Illicit financial flows are very complex and technical. Developing this media guide is to support the media and journalists at large to understand what goes into illicit financial flows and how can you identify one and how can you spotlight them to make sure that we expose them.
Senior Program Manager, Media for Democracy and Good Governance at the Media Foundation for West Africa, Rosemond Ebi Ajo Aite, urged that the guide serves as a working document for the media.
Many people don't feel the effects of IFFs. It shows in the nature of the roles that we have. It shows in the value of the services we receive at our hospitals. So all of us have a role to play, but particularly the media being the voices of society, to delve into it, immerse themselves in the document and begin to use it as a guide to report and expose the IFF that is affecting us as a country.
Principal consultant at Technology Integration Point Ventures, Dr. Bishop Akogo, observed the use of the country's tax system to govern the extraction and use of its natural resources continue to have negative effect on the country.
We are relying on taxes to get the value to develop in other areas. But the unwritten assumption is that we will then use the activities of the extraction as a catalyst to transform the economy and link it to the rest of the economy. But invariably, we are not able to activate that part of the activities.
The new guide for journalists on IFFs, progressive taxation, reserve-based lending, and domestic resource mobilization is a collaborative effort by NORAD, Oxfam in the Ghana and Media Foundation for West Africa. It aims to address a critical knowledge gap within the media landscape.
And now the Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu, has expressed concern over the delayed payment of salaries to some teachers, with approximately 5,000 to 7,000 teachers yet to receive financial clearance for their appointment. The minister emphasized that it is unfair for these teachers to work without pay for 7 months. He also suggested building 2-bedroom houses for teachers, with the state and teachers contributing 200 Ghana cedis each month.
I know that some teachers out there are not happy with me, as if I'm the one responsible for granting the financial clearance. I'm not. But I've made the formal request. I expect that when the request is honored, we can up the numbers. My attention further has been drawn to a number of untrained teachers, exceeding over 13,000 across the country. Yet we have trained teachers who are unemployed. We need to find answers to that. We will provide a blueprint of providing collateral from your pension resources, but it must have the buy-in of the teacher unions in order that they make a contribution, the state will make a contribution, we'll build 2-3 bedrooms, use the pension as collateral, then it should be possible for a teacher to own a house, having served within 10 to 20 years.
In more news this morning, Ghana's annual inflation slowed to 12.1% in July, pardon me, a decrease from the 13.7% recorded in June. This has heightened calls for further policy rate cut and raised issues regarding the long-run impact of the 1 cedi energy sector levy.
Prices are still rising, but the rate at which the prices are rising have fallen at a very fast rate.
A senior fellow at the Africa Policy Lens, Dr. Eric Boachi-Yadom, has called for further cuts in the policy rate due to the continuous trend of disinflation.
I'm hoping that in the next window, the committee will do the right thing to bring the rate to its realistic point of 20%. If we fail to bring the rate down, it will have both short and long-term impact on especially industries. Industries are sourcing funds at a relatively high interest rate, and I think bringing it down will make funds cheaper and it will help industries to expand.
But how will the 1 cedi energy levy impact inflation? In the short term, it could put upward pressure on prices, potentially slowing the disinflation trend.
All the things being equal, the immediate direct impact is that fuel prices at the pump will increase by the full extent of how much you have imposed on it. That's the immediate direct impact. And then indirectly, if, for example, the fuel is serving as input into other items, like transportation, etc., and the 1 Ghana is significant, it may also impact those other services as well. For example, the transportation affects distribution costs. It may also impact it, but it all depends on what? Magnitudes.
However, in the long run, the levy is intended to help stabilize the energy sector.
The reliable energy that is produced at volumes that are required would definitely spur growth. It would support the growth process. Once the growth process is supported through improved economic activities, etc., it will come back and reduce prices eventually.
The success of this strategy hinges on the transparent and efficient use of the collected funds for their intended purpose.
Well, before we part company, this is to just entreat all persons sharing and circulating the child images of the victims to desist from that, as instructed by the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation. Some sort of respect must be placed on these victims. But that's how we end the morning news. For more news updates, just log on to our website, DSTV.com. It's always a pleasure coming your way. Have a good morning.
Cadbury Hot Chocolate. Crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treats you deserve every day.
The Ghana City has appreciated remarkably in the first half of the year, maintaining a steady performance against the major trading currencies. The appreciation of the city, while encouraging, may prove temporary if there are no structural reforms and deliberate policy interventions. What measures must be put in place to ensure long-term stability? TV3 invites you to the National Thought Leadership Program under the theme, The 2025 Second Half Reset, Sustaining the City's Strength. Date, Tuesday, 12 August 2025. Time, 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Venue, the Labadi Beach Hotel, Accra. Speakers, Kwame Pianin, statesman and economist. Now Dr. Alhassan Andani, celebrated banker and former CEO, Stanbic Bank Ghana. David Ofosudote, founder and senior partner of law firm AB and David Africa. Yao Nsako, independent strategic advisor. And our keynote speaker, Dr. Johnson Isiama, governor of the Bank of Ghana. The event will be broadcast live on TV3 and 3FM 92.7, as well as all our digital platforms on 3news.com.
Sponsored by Bank of Ghana, Syntex Tank, Lakeside Estate, Labadi Beach Hotel.
3FM Family Fun Day.
This August, give your kids what they really want. Your full attention, your laughter, your time. It's time to press pause and just play together. Join us for the 3FM Family Fun Day, a full day escape packed with joy, bonding, and unforgettable fun. Whether you're a family of 2, 4, or 10, every family is welcome because this day is all about togetherness. Happening on Saturday, 9th August at Shorna Island from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Picture this: live performances from talented kids, inter-family competitions with prizes for the most creative, coordinated, and hilarious families, team games like tag of peace, family sack races, and the ultimate family relay. Shorna Island transforms into a full amusement park vibe with food area, music rides, water splash zones, giant trampolines, a kids playground, and scenic photo spot that will blow up your socials. All this for a promotional package of just 500 Ghana cedis for a family of 4. Extra family members? No problem. Just come along and join the fan at a top-up per person. It's more than an event, it's a memory in the making. Don't just raise kids, create memories. 3FM Family Fun Day. Let's play again. Terms and conditions apply. Sponsored by Net.
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle, from the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital. From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani. From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians, steeped in legend, are queens trade crowns for compasses, becoming tour guides to the heart of Ghana.
How dare you challenge the leper? I am Chachubi.
Well, good morning. Thank you for joining us for TV3 New Day. And just like everybody else is feeling, especially for those who tend to work with the individuals who lost their lives yesterday. We're talking about the key ministers, a former minister also currently playing some key roles, as well as the former Ashanti regional minister, also currently working at the presidency, Dr. Samuel Sapong. And then those personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces, particularly the Air Force of Ghana's Armed Forces. We say that again, our condolences to you. Indeed, it is to all of us. And so, welcome to the show. The conversations will be very solemn, as you know. We're continuing from the comprehensive coverage we have been given in memory of loved ones, and particularly for those of us who tend to work closely with them, interact with them, whether it's any time of the day, really. You see that it tends to hit us very hard as well. And, well, we say that welcome. We hope that we're going to have some comprehensive coverage and content in memory of the 8 who lost their lives. We're celebrating everybody else, but it's not a time only to celebrate, but also reflect and remember them for what they did and then what could have been. And more importantly, those they leave behind, especially their families, and then their colleagues, friends, indeed, the Republic of Ghana. Yeah, welcome to the show. Good morning, Cookie.
Good morning. I remember exactly where I was when I was actually shooting something for GMB yesterday. And then I think I came by the control room, and when I got there, Coco said there's breaking news. I said, okay. And then I heard about helicopter crash. So I went on to shoot what we're shooting for GMB, and then by the time we were done, news had come in, but as anchors and as journalists, we had to be measured in how to put the news out there. And we hadn't had any confirmation at the time, but the footages that we had received, you could tell that it was a very grim scenario or case. And I remember I hit my assistant and I said, Naya Bingi, because that's how I would call Mutala Mohammed. You know, he will come in studio and it's Wagwan, you know, he's the people's person. And I remember when I covered the elections in Tamale.
It's also very important for all of us to know that we're in this together. And just yesterday, I just was going through my messages, and I had made a post that a sad day. So and yes, so then one of my followers said, "You even read his message?" I said, "Yes, I read his message." And Mutala is somebody who would always comment on anything. And yesterday, I even gave that content to the digital team, and then also Shadrach, our lead producer. And it was, and particularly, you know, for me, myself and John, and we're all close to everybody else, right? Now, for Omane Buama, he doesn't do public commentary unless he has to. And we're always texting. Well, if he wants to interact with you, particularly myself, and I'm sure with many people, it's always between the hours of 1 a.m. to 2:30. And so yesterday when I had a tragedy, I saw the visuals, especially of the charred individual in that horrid one. I sent him a message. I said, bro. Then I added doc, and then he only checked once. So, and I was then with Chairman Prosper at the time, and So yesterday, when we're doing the coverage, Robert Coleman, good morning to you, Chief Executive for the Wembley Sports Construction Company Limited as well, even said initially we were just skewing the narrative towards only the known individuals. But, you know, sometimes when it happens, you just don't know. You want to get every fact as possible. And he also sends his condolences, Robert Coleman. And I don't know. It's the presence in our lives of these individuals, as well as anybody who passes, that, you know, tends to permeate us. And, you know, Ernest-Kumi as well. There was also a visual yesterday where apparently we were hosting the two of them.
They are always here.
Yeah, Mutala and then Ernest-Kumi as well.
Mutala will come with the proverbs.
Yeah, same thing. You know. Same thing I did. I sent a text to Yao, Ernest Yakumi. Yao, I call him Yao. Yeah. I sent him a message as well. It just didn't.
It's just devastating.
It's a very tragic incident. I don't even know. And I know Dr. Sapong very well. I know him very well. He was then, before becoming Ashanti Regional Minister, I knew him very well because I'd done the election coverage in 2004, in which in Bantama we had Cecilia Dapa winning, and subsequently I became very much close to some individuals in the Ashanti region, Cecilia Dapa, then subsequently Masuoku Fijima also became an NC, and he was always very nice if I traveled to the Ashanti region. And then Mr. Sapong at the time, now Dr. Samuel Sapong, was always very nice. If he came to Accra during the term of the Mills Mahama administration, up to 2016, he would always call me. He always liked lodging in one of the hotels around the airport. He would always call me. And so it was a man I knew very, very well. I mean, when he's in Accra, we would meet. And now he's at the presidency. You know, it's not every time you can get to Jubilee House, so I haven't paid him a visit, but we'd always interact. So at least for Omane Boama, as well as Samuel Sapong, and then also Mutala, you know. As for Mutala, he would always text you. Every issue, he has a comment to make, you know. But it's a very hard thing, I don't know. Well, we'll see how it goes. I haven't slept well. I didn't sleep. Yeah, I haven't slept. Yeah. So you cannot sleep. So what we'll do is just open the phone lines and all of you to share your messages of condolences to not only the individuals, but also who are ministers or in government, but also the personnel of the Air Force, who lost their lives tragically. One who has a baby, 2 months old, one who also just got married. There's a video, I think a picture of the other who is also married to someone who is a personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces.
Yes.
And they were
consoling her yesterday.
It's just so, and to think that just this week we had the director for the Directorate for Public Relations, Naval Captain Ahin here, Veronica, in the studio, just talking to us about military. And she's a Navy personnel. So this one got married, and just so sad, you know. And to think that, you know, the most painful thing about this is that it's not as if they got sick.
No.
They were ill.
No.
They had food poison and so had to die.
No.
They just left home.
Yeah.
Got dropped off at the Air Force Base.
Yes.
Took this flight. And I can tell you that I read Mutale's message at 8:56.
So it means he was on the plane then?
So I'm sure he was monitoring on social media, on Facebook. So, and they took off at 9.
Yeah.
The message came at 53.
No way. So he must have been on the helicopter at the time.
Well, let's recall that interaction. It's just... Okay, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, the minister, doctor, or PhD, good morning to you. You say that, I'm wondering how long my brother, Dr. Zato, has experienced a change. We were all comrades in Legon. I'm wondering why your comrades, what is a comrade?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. He said he dissociates himself. I think are you a vandal?
Let me greet.
Okay.
I was a vandal, he was a farmer.
Mohammed, the minister, doctor or PhD, good morning to you. You say that, I'm wondering how long my brother, Dr. Zato, has experienced a change. We were all comrades in Legon. I'm wondering why your comrades, what is a comrade?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. He said he dissociates himself. I think are you a vandal?
Let me greet. I was a vandal, he was a farmer.
He would always correct.
And you know that comment,
Yeah.
What I understood by that comment was that he was initially inclined to NDC. But I didn't want to say it that time, you know. So when I said, so that's how come I paused. I said comrade. I was deliberately being sarcastic towards that, but
he would always correct you.
Yeah. So
said
just
he said no.
to also give some respect to Zato, I also decided not to go into that. But I don't know. Now
let's take a look at
the announcement
yesterday. Yes, the announcement that came in yesterday by the Chief of Staff.
On behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash. Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense. Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Muhammad, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemuna, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice.
And this was, I can imagine, the most difficult assignment yesterday for the Chief of Staff, but I loved the way he was composed about it. I mean, there was no other way to do it, but he was very strong in breaking this news to the entire nation. And we're told that our sitting President Mahama, has suspended all other activities for the rest of the week and has declared 3 days of national mourning. And phone calls are already coming in. Forgive our demeanor. I, for one, need to be very strong. I need to put it together so I can go on. Good morning. You're welcome to TV3NewDay. Let's have your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, Cookie.
Yes, good morning, sir.
My name is NG24, calling you from Upper West Region. Wow.
Mr. 24.
Yes.
Where were you exactly when you heard this news yesterday?
Cookie, I can't even explain. I can't explain. You know me, I'm an MPP fair caller, but when we heard this news, everybody in the Upper West Region was very sad, more than the family of Murtala Muhammad. And you know, we Muslims, what happened is that is God happening. You understand? But a little message that I can say is that we are all hoping and praying to God that He should give them a peace welcoming message. He doesn't have anything to say again. Yesterday was a very, very sad day for the Ghanaian people since 1992 up to yesterday. Cookie, we are very sad. Everybody, the whole of the country is very sad. Whether you are MPP or you are MDC. But anybody who knows these people are very sad. And people who don't know them, and they hire their voices and their contribution to this country, everybody is very sad. But I'll end this in our local language. Wala, ye BNG 24 lani to Puhien, and we are transformed. Ya barke raja, Kuki.
Thank you. Thank you for calling us. As for the messages on Facebook, I wonder if we'll be able to read all of them. But Soli Sano Moses says, Cookie, it's the will of God, and we are mortals, and we cannot question him. All we can do right now is pray for their gallant souls to repose eternally with our Maker till we meet again on the final day of resurrection. This is heartbreaking and unbelievable. Another caller on the line. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Cookie. How are you doing?
I am not okay. I'm not sure how you are, but I am not okay. But talk to us.
Come again?
Talk to us here. Your name and where you're calling us from.
Oh, okay. I'm Ben. I'm calling from Kumasi.
All right, Ben. Let's hear you.
Yeah, it's most unfortunate for what we experiencing as a country. And this calls for a unity. And may we pray for the family and the lost lives. Have a good day.
Thank you for calling us. Have a great day too. And say a prayer. Be careful out there. I don't even know anymore, you know. Sometimes I don't even know.
I have this very moving, and you know, I always mention Dr. Juliet Yayura Tenge.
Yeah.
You know, she is with the Ghana Military Academy. You know, so interacts with the personnel who come for further studies and all that. And she just sent me a very moving message. So sad. She says that, Papa Ro, it's exactly 2 weeks I informed you Dr. Omani was visiting us at the Ghana Military Academy. We, those with key appointment holders, lined up and received him. He was so receptive when I introduced myself, and then also added that I was a parishioner because he was a strong Catholic at Christ the King. Oh, death. And then he even said that, she even says that, and the crew from the Ghana Air Force are my former students.
Another caller on the line. You're welcome to TV3NewDay. Okay, so it's gone off. That call is gone off. But let's try and read more messages on our Facebook feed. Ablade Fiekuma says, Ghana Armed Forces helicopter crash investigation must be conducted even if there's a need to involve international experts. I also agree. Messages, many of you cannot believe it. You're saying it's sad, it's unbelievable. And Inshiraba Rex says, Cookie and Roland, good morning. We're all mourning this morning, but take heart and pray for all the lost souls. We're trying. Fosana says, my heartfelt condolences to the families and loved ones of the 8 souls who tragically lost their lives yesterday. May their souls rest in peace. The people I'm thinking about are the wives.
And the mother of, I'm told that
children.
Omani, for example, is an only male in the family.
And his mother was transported to Accra yesterday by the Minister of Health for close monitoring, because in these times, listen, if you've lost a loved one before, then you will understand.
Yeah, you have lost your mom.
My mother.
Your mom,
so this hits entirely different.
Somebody I met told me. She lived around Lashibi also.
Yes, my mother. So
I have this one from Guy G. He's a regular, also with the Ken Connected. Good morning to you, Guy G. He says this is a moment of national grief. Let us stand united in prayer and reflection as we mourn their tragic loss. Now we'll go to Johnny Hughes for Johnny's Bye. But again, when we come back, I'll read more of your messages. Never despair.
It is not a pleasant morning because the whole nation mourns. And we mourn not because we chose to mourn, but we mourn because a tragedy has befallen the nation. The entire nation has been caught up in an unfortunate web. A web that has so entangled us that no matter how hard we try to disentangle ourselves, we are caught in that web. A very unfortunate situation, a cloudy and gloomy situation, a situation that so underwhelms that no matter what efforts are injected into our spirits and souls to be elevated and innovated, it still drowns our souls. 8 people on a national assignment lost their lives, just like that. 8 people, 8 fathers, 8 family men, 8 people who are dependent on them, 8 people who never played with their work, 8 people who stood up to raise high the flag of their country of origin, 8 people who stood in the gap just before their names were wiped off the map, 8 people who were connected to reality, and 8 people who were connected to the development of our country and the well-being of our nation and the people therein. 8 people who served as breadwinners and as benefactors for many, many, many people have gone and vanished into the wind. Inna Ilai Rajon. May God overlook their transgressions and their mistakes and grant them Jannatul Firdaus. For me, it's a difficult thing because I look at the photo of the now late Honorable Alhaj Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Murtala, who didn't like to be called honorable, but he preferred to be called comrade. And we became close when I was on TV3NewDay as host of Big Issues, then known as Newspaper Review. And we would usually have after chats when we are done with the show. And there was one day when the idea for Johnny's Bites came up. So we closed the show and I said that, look, I don't want it to be a regular editorial like all the others. I want this to be special. And I want this to be special in a way that I shall begin the program with a Macronic prayer. That is to say, a Christian and Muslim prayer put together. So I asked him to teach me a Muslim prayer. So what I say on this show, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. It was taught to me by the late comrade Murtala. As if that was not enough, he also immersed me into Dagban culture. And that's why you see me wearing my dapila on a daily basis with so much pride. And subsequently, I'll be made a small chief in the Dagban kingdom. There are many other examples that many people can give. And throughout the night, I know many people who have not slept. Throughout the night, I know that the families are in pain. Throughout the night, I know that people who are connected to them are thinking. What we pray of the Almighty God is that He grants us the resources and the strength and the providence to take care of what is left behind. As one of his very, very good compatriots said yesterday when we spoke, and indeed, Honorable had facilitated for this good friend to provide me something that I needed so much that I did not have. And he kept quiet about it, and the world didn't know about it. Such was the kind of human being. Then you want to talk about Dr. Edward Omani Boama, regarded as a big brother to many, many, many people. So affable, so hardworking, so intelligent. And Ibrahim Murtala, for example, would tell me stuff about the Honorable Edward Omani Boama and how he inspired him to go and recently complete his PhD. And he got the PhD and has gone into the wind with it. But Honorable Omani Boama, a great man, served in many different capacities in this country. Yesterday, I got a call from some persons who I had been in nooks with, and they were asking me, we have lost a giant. It is true, we have. Well, not many people also knew that the Honorable Mutala at some point was president of the All Africa Students Union for a very, very long time. So we have lost on the student front as well 2 giants. Then you talk about Dr. Samuel Sapon, National Vice Chairman of the NDC. He loved his party, and his party loved him right back. He worked hard for his party. And some people thought that this was the time for his reward. But it's gone. The victory of his party in the Ashanti region is largely, attributed to him in part. But he's gone. Then you want to talk about Samuel Abuaji. Fought so hard in the parliamentary elections, was declared winner. Subsequently, the same person who declared him winner came back to say he had not won. But he was made Director General of NADMO, and within this short period that he was in the office as Deputy Director General of NADMO, he held the fort and he did his best. Today he's gone. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator. Another great man. Another man who kept his eye on the ball. Another man who always saw the writing on the wall. Another man who stood for something, lest he fell. He's gone. Squadron leader Peter Anala. And let me say good morning to my brother Jonathan Adambo Ansine, his cousin, to Giovanni Caleb as well, to Major Randy Taria, to Lieutenant Kendall, Dr. Nuchuga, and all the guys who, we congregate at certain locations to sit. Peter was such an affable man, so nice. And I remember something that he said, that even if the blood is, they're walking knee deep in the blood, they will survive and thrive. So enthusiastic, so bold, a gallant soldier. He's gone. Flying Officer Chum Ampedu, man who recently got flowers and accolades, also very respected among his peers, is gone. The young budding Ernest Adomensa, Sergeant Ernest Adomensa, was 7, and if you listen to what the other ranks are saying about him, it tells you the kind of individual that he was. At least if for nothing at all, I know 3 people, and I've had connection with 3 people, a personal relationship with 3 people, 3 among the 8. And I can tell you a good authority that the tributes that are being preached about them are not just words that are being said so that they will be happy wherever they are. But those are the truths. May they rest in peace. And may Allah grant them safe passage into Firdaus, Janatul Firdaus. Actabil. Now, there are questions to be asked. And so many questions abound. I remember that the last time Dr. Edward Omani Boama, as Minister for Defense, addressed the press There were questions he himself had raised about the presidential aircraft, how obsolete it was, and how it ought to be changed ASAP. He became a victim of his own standard because he saw what was wrong and he thought that something had to be done about it. He saw what was wrong just about 7-8 months in there, and he said something had to be done about it. Now, I'll come to the tribute. Give me time, please. Let me mute a little. What were they going to Obuasi to do? They were going to Obuasi to launch another leg of a program that I was privileged to have been called by the Honorable Murtala Mohammed personally to go and MC. At Kwabenya, it was the Tree for Life initiative. 300,000 trees were going to be planted. School children were going to be encouraged to own their own trees. On that occasion, we had about 9 ministers there. The MC did finish. So this was the second part of it, responsible mining. Responsible mining, a reclamation of the earth. And Honorable Murtala was so enthusiastic about the environment. So enthusiastic about the environment. This should be a wake-up call for all of us to now not dilly-dally and play and joke with the fight against Galamsey. If for nothing at all, the families that have been left behind must be made to think and know that their beloveds will not be left to die like how Major Mahama was made and left to die. This is the point where we prove that indeed we believed in words and the deeds that followed the words, to actualize the words, to lift the words off the paper. Going forward, this should guide how we fight Galamsey. Do we shoot to kill? Or do we still play the games with the people? Going forward, this should also guide us. The aircrafts that we have. And this was a military aircraft, by the way. There are many theories that have come. The president was supposed to be at that event yesterday. The president of the republic. He was supposed to have been at that event yesterday. It was under the auspices of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, with the Environment Ministry tagging along. So the worst could have happened, as it has happened now. But touch wood. Once again, may their souls rest in peace and may their families be comforted. What is our maintenance culture? When was the last time that aircraft was maintained? Who were those who signed off for that aircraft to move? And how did the aircraft get lost on the radar? And for how long was the aircraft lost on the radar? Were there parachutes on the aircraft? Were there safety tips for the passengers, the civilian passengers, and even the military passengers on the aircraft? There are many questions to be answered. Was this an attack? Or was this just an accident? And as Uncle P will say, is this coincidence to coincidental? I only came to ask questions as I do all the time. And for us to think about it as a nation. Because this is very painful. Let's do the tributes. Let's do some tributes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, former Vice President of the Republic, says a while ago, I communicated to the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, my deepest condolences following the heart-wrenching news of the loss of 2 of our nation's ministers and 6 others in a helicopter crash earlier today. The fallen men paid the ultimate price in the service of our motherland, leaving a shocked nation in pain. I know most of the deceased personally and equally feel a sense of loss to see their demise under such a horrid circumstances. Samira, I, the Baumia family, and the MPP join the nation in mourning them. May the good Lord grant the bereaved families, the government, and the people of Ghana strength and healing in this time of tragedy. Former President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, also sends in a tribute, says the entire nation is profoundly shocked and saddened by the tragic news of the military helicopter crash that has led to the passing of Honorable Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense, Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, Minister for Environment and Science, Alhaji Limuna Muniru Mohammed, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator, Dr. Samuel Sapon, National Vice Chairman of the ruling NDC, Mr. Samuel Abuaji, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flight Officer Manaim Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Adomensa in the Adansi area of the Ashanti region, as announced by the Chief of Staff at the Office of the President, Mr. Julius Deborah, this afternoon. I have spoken and extended my deepest condolences to the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and to Mr. Johnson Asidun Ketia, Chairman of the NDC. I condole with our gallant men of the Ghana Air Force at this concerning time and salute their indispensable role in the public life of our country, and extend further my condolences to the bereaved families. May they find peaceful rest in the bosom of the Almighty until the last day of the resurrection, when we shall all meet again. May they find peaceful rest. Now, Nigeria's leader, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, says Nigeria stands in full solidarity with Ghana during this time of mourning. May the souls of the departed rest in peace, and may their families and the nation find strength and comfort in their sacrifice. Now, just to inform you that the program I told you about that was going to celebrate 50 years or half decade of the late, half decade of the practice of law of the great Chachichikata at the International Conference Center will not be happening. It's been cancelled, and they showed true statesmanship in cancelling that program, because it's been mourning, and we are all mourning indeed. And for me personally, I've been hit this short period because I told you earlier of the death also of the Right Reverend Bishop Alote, a very ardent viewer of Johnny's Bite. Not so long ago, we lost Mr. Adekoka as well, and Ambassador Sam Piali. So, very difficult moment for me, if you ask me, because these are people who interact with you on a daily basis. But I want you to watch this before we go. I want you to have a look at it. And this should guide you as to how to live. Me, Yamaba, I will be back. They never got back. Watch this.
Blow
Inna Ilahina Ilahi Rajiun. May Allah Himself forgive their transgressions and grant them safe passage to Jannatul Firdaus. May their souls and the souls of all the faithfully departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace and rise in glory. Here ends our tribute. Please call me 055-924-2717 and 055-691-0154.
Ready for school? Yes! My champs, they use a lot of energy at school. I know because imagine the energy they may have used up to return home this transformed every day.
Your champs need nourishment and energy. Give them the Milo Energy at breakfast, now with vitamin D that supports energy release to help their daily performance. Milo Energy to go further. This advert is FDA approved.
Hey, so mommy, who is going to do my wedding?
Kwame, you know our secret, right?
Yeah. Efia.
Yes, me. I've got it.
Now add your Gino Jollof mix.
The perfect blend of tomatoes, pepper, and fine herbs and spices to ensure a consistent taste every time. And there you have it, your original Ghana Jollof.
Jollof Soko.
Jollof Soko. Tasty nie.
What is going on here?
Enjoy Jollof the Ghana way. Gino Jollof is made with the perfect blend of tomatoes, pepper, and fine herbs and spices to ensure a consistent taste every time.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every morning, I wake up to this miracle sleeping soundly. But mornings weren't always this peaceful. I remember the sleepless nights, leaks that woke us both up, damp clothes and tears. And all I wanted was for my baby to be dry and comfortable. Then I discovered Flora Kids baby diaper. Its maximum absorption keeps my little one dry all night, giving us peaceful, restful sleep. And the stretchy side tapes, they make sure it's comfy even when she's on the move. Thanks to Flora Kids baby diaper, our nights are calm and our mornings are full of giggles. For bulk purchases, call Delta Paper Mail on 0243 033 033.
In uncertain times, it can be hard to imagine yourself completing the CIMA professional qualification. But with our new digital-first learning and assessment platform, you can. The CGMA Finance Leadership Programme, or FLP, gives you control over your study progress. The CGMA FLP is a remote-based, self-paced learning platform that lets you qualify from home with online assessments and study support.
You're getting older, so you decide to get pregnant. You don't have a lot of money and undergo a procedure. The procedure is successful, but you are informed that you're having quadruplets instead of one baby like you prepared for. What will you do? I'll inform the family of the lady for support. Is it a problem if a man uses filters?
It's rich.
Cauliflower.
Hey, pumpkin.
Arroz, arroz, arroz. Be quiet and don't be jealous. We are the famous house of oak. We never say that.
Just As Tonight shows Fridays at 8 p.m. on TV3.
From the echoing hills of the north to the crashing waves of the coast to sacred sites steeped in legend, our queens trade crowns for compasses, becoming tour guides to the heart of Ghana.
How dare you challenge the leper? I am
It's Tourism Week on GMB, and they are here to showcase the wonders that make their regions more than destinations. Join us live at Studio B this Sunday at 8 p.m.
Be part of the journey by voting for your favorite contestant on the MG Reality app or via the short code *713*13#.
GMB 2025, embracing cultural diversity to promote national unity.
Sponsored by
Gino Pomo Tomato Mix,
Pepsodent Charcoal and Lemon Infused Formula, and Pepsodent Natural Herbal Formula, Geisha Black Soup,
Kivo 4-in-1 Curry Mix, Kivo 100% Natural Hot Pepper,
Camel, GTP,
Flamingo Paint,
Heaven Black Mosquito Spray and Coil, and Napa Foods, Vitamilk,
Gastron Antacid and Anti-Flatulence from Ernest Chemists,
Frutelli Calipo, AT, Global Wings Travel and Tour,
Dragnet, your #1 online pharmacy, Zondatech Ghana Limited, Harvard Cosmetics.
He says that he is sad, he is guilty, he doesn't even know what to do. If only the dead could speak.
I'm a successful man.
In fact, I am told that your other name is press conferences. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. It is very clear.
The presidential jet Falcon 900 EX Easy registration number 9GEXE was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. The aircraft has been undergoing a 24 monthly or 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since 11th March 2025. After a series of postponements of when the jet was to return to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, the inspection is expected to be completed by 31st July 2025. There is corrosion in the air intake plug receptacle of the second engine of the aircraft, intermittent tripping of the starter generator of the second engine. There's a need to install a new turbo fan. Being more specific, the fuel tank is also corroded, the left-hand feeder tank corroded, right-hand feeder tank corroded, left-hand center wing tank heavily corroded, right-hand center wing tank heavily corroded. The turbo fan also heavily corroded. What I can say is, rather than situate it within the context of MPP administration, NDC administration, let us look at it as a corroded aircraft that requires massive works. Initially, when the aircraft left the shores of Ghana on the 11th, the indicative date was to return in 2 weeks. 4 months on, just this morning, I have received additional information that even the end of month cannot be sustained, and so we should be expecting it beyond the end of this month. What that means is that it will be going beyond 4 months. Most importantly is, this is an aircraft that doesn't just service the executive, it services the legislature, sometimes other arms of government, and sometimes different institutions in the country. These defects, we are trying to fix them, but they keep on identifying new defects as they fix them. And one serious aspect of the identification is that when they realized that the turbo fan was heavily corroded and it required replacement, the company did not have readily available spare. This has deeper implications.
The 2024 transfer of ammunition from the Ghana Armed Forces to the then National Security without due consultation and authorization, which the present National Security Coordinator is seeing to that investigation. Just when I thought that was being addressed, we have uncovered another one. And in that case, theft of ammunition. And that was even before the 2024 transfer of ammunition from the Ghana Armed Forces to the National Security. The ammunition found in the hands of civilians may not just have come from the ingenuity of those civilians securing them, but may have come from complicity of people who are taxed with responsibility. And so the investigations are ongoing, but the general public must know that these thefts have taken place and we are chasing them. We shall chase the perpetrators to whichever hole in which they will be hiding. Because the peace and stability of Mother Ghana is far more important than any other individual's interest.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, who is with us here, and the government of Ghana, I have the unpleasant duty, sadly, to announce a national tragedy involving the crash of a military helicopter this morning around the Adansi area in Ashanti region. Government regrets to announce the demise of the following persons in the tragic crash. Dr. Edward Kofi Omane-Boamah, Minister for Defense. Alhaji Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Muhammad, MP, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Alhaji Muniru Mohammed Lemuna, Acting Deputy National Security Coordinator and former Minister for Food and Agriculture. Dr. Samuel Sapon, Vice Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, and Mr. Samuel Abuaji, a former parliamentary candidate. Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, Flying Officer Manin Chum Ampedu, and Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah. The President and government extends our condolences and sympathies to the families of our comrades and the servicemen who died in service to the country. All flags are to fly at half-mast until further notice. Thank you.
Well, it's a very solemn mood in the studio, as I'm sure wherever you're watching us from, it is also for you. And the atmosphere hasn't been a very good one. It certainly should not be. Very solemn, but also gloomy. Looking especially at the age group or the category of the lives we have lost serving our country, Ghana. And to think that, well, the very mission on which they were on was again to find solutions to galamsey or the menace of illegal mining and the actions thereof that needs to be taken by our country, and subsequently the lives that have been lost, is only a time for all of us to mourn them. Questions could be asked later, but now we have to mourn them. And for us to mourn them, as we've done not only at TV3, but also the rest of the Media General subsidiaries, we say we pay homage to them, but also remember them fondly, because this is a time their families, friends, colleagues, and the general public who have seen them, either watch them or listen to them through the mass media or social media, or also interact with them, to fondly remember them. And for those who tend to, well, whether you're a business person interacting with those key appointees or those personnel at the Ghana Air Force who are part of this tragic loss for our country, we can only say that may they rest in peace. May they rest in peace. May they rest in peace. This is not a normal programming. We're not in normal times. But we can only mourn them. We can only mourn them. So this is what we're going to do. As part of the programming, we have a regular panelists who will be here, but all of us tend to work with them as well. And so we will remember this tragic incident, have some perhaps recalled memories, but also open the conversations up as we speak to some key individuals who are very close to these individuals, whether the personnel from the Air Force or also whether it's Dr. Sapong or we have the key ministers as well. But Cookie, it's not a good time, is it?
It's not a good time at all. And the tears are already flowing in studio. We've got our regular Thursday panelists with us, the women, and it's going to be a very emotional one. And not just the women, but very close pals and servicemen in this country as well. We have one of them with us this morning, Donko Fuseni, who is the Deputy Director, National Service Authority, Rodlin Emoro Ayana, Public Interest Advocate, and Nanaya Achimpim Jantua, who just cannot control her tears this morning. She's a presidential staffer, and I can imagine waking up every day and going to work and seeing these men on a day-to-day basis, and probably even interacted with them yesterday, and today they are not with us. And it's such an irony that the very helicopter that the Ministry of Defense or the Minister of Defense would use in defending us and protecting us was the very one that caused their demise. Life is a big irony, and sometimes you just cannot understand. The whole country is in disarray at the moment, and we've been told that the sitting president, John Dramani Mahama, has suspended all other activities for the rest of the week and has declared 3 days of a national mourning for our treasured fallen heroes. And this morning, just like Roland said, we'll start the conversation here in studio, but of course we'll escalate it to stakeholders and to you at home watching. Do also send us your messages on Facebook. We'll read as many of them as possible. But this morning, let's get into the conversation. Nanaya. It's fine. Rodney, maybe I should come to you. Maybe. Yeah, you are a little bit more stronger.
More composed.
But in actual sense, you comfort Nanaya. Let me start with Mr. Fuseni, who is the Deputy Director General, National Service Authority. So before we came live, you were telling us that you've not just lost a colleague, you've lost a brother.
Yeah.
How close were you to Dr. Manibwama and Comrade Mutala Muhammad as well?
So I was the director in charge of special duties and operations in Ashanti region during the 2024 elections. And by that extension, I had to report regularly to Doctor as the director of elections and IT. But him and I go way back when he was, before even John Mahama winning the 2012 elections, when he became the communications minister, like, we've been on that level. So I kind of, apart from working, like, we can talk on the personal level. And he's the, I would say, the perfectionist type. So when he gives you a job, he wants it done properly, like humanly properly. So like, he's training some of the communication skills. Like, he's the type, you say the thing and he will correct you. Listen, next time say it this way. This is how you say it. So he was like a versatile person, trained medical practitioner, but like an expert in IT, expert in communication, expert in social life, everything. And Abuaji and I, like, we eat from the same bowl.
Abuaji?
Yeah, Samuel Abuaji.
That close?
Wow.
How old was he?
Abuaji will not be more than 34. Wow. The daughter is just about around 3 years.
Just 3 years?
Yeah, one daughter.
So it means you're close to his family? Yes.
Like I said, I don't even know how I'm going to explain this to the wife. I know our other senior brother, Eddie, is watching us right now. Up till now, I don't know how I'm going to call Eddie. I don't know how I'm going to explain myself. He's just terrible.
Abuaji, tell us about him. How did he come to the limelight politically and
Abuaji
find himself as a deputy?
Abuaji was like a trained engineer. He's into construction. He's a business guy. So 2020, he stood for us in Obuasi East. And from about 10,000 or so gap, he brought that thing so close to about 2,000.
Really?
That was like, he closed the gap.
Yeah. So everybody was like, wow. So 2024, as director in charge of special duties, we mapped out certain constituencies, again, through the guidance of Honorable Omani Boama. So there were some particular constituencies we needed to research and focus much more attentions on. So I was in charge of his place, Akrofrom, Fomena, and all other places, Tepa, Mankranso, Edujama. So I did about 30 constituencies that we did the research on. So it was after the research that he, Azuma, and then I think the guy at Adanse. So Abuaji personally took interest in the research and was like, Honorable, please, you've predicted that this is the... So he was like, there was 3% point between him and the MPP guy. Yeah. So all he needed to do was to work out and flip the 3 percentage points that was between them. Yeah. So that was how come I had to dedicate all my time to Obuasi East. So if you see all my reports to Dr. Omani Boama and all my regional chairman and everybody, I kept insisting we are winning Obuasi East. Let's pay attention there. Edujama, Mankranso, Tepa, Adanse, Akrofrom, Adanse, Asokwa. Let's focus there. So it was through that we became... So when he came to Accra first, later I got appointed. So it was Abuaji who was looking for a place for me to stay. Currently where I am, he got the place for me.
Abuaji got it for you?
Yeah. Currently where I'm staying now.
Oh,
so
before yesterday, when was the last time you...
We spoke on Tuesday, actually. I was at Gomua Fete where we were expecting the president. The president had built 10 churches for the Assemblies of God. And he promised in 2024 when he was campaigning. So he was like, oh, politicians and their promises. The Okaso Basi National Cathedral, Wanyama. So like that. But within 1 year, he delivered all 10 churches with accommodation, fully furnished with instrument and everything.
Assemblies of God.
Assemblies of
by
God.
The president.
It's not even 1 year.
Yes.
6 months.
He promised that in November in Navrongo. So the whole church decided, listen, we need to honor this man. So the first ever pastors and their wives conference, the superintendent, general superintendent of the whole of Asia decided to come down himself and come and honor the president on this. So we were there. So I had to go there earlier to help with protocols for the president's coming. So Tuesday I was there and I was like, hey, my brother, I never knew we had such a beautiful beach in Ghana. Come and see Guma Fete. So I was like, oh, Charlie, then we have to, there's a new weekend getaway that we have discovered.
You said that jokingly.
Can you imagine? So, oh, Charlie, then I'm just rushing to Obuasi for this program. When I come, let's sit down and see how we see. Goodness.
That's Abuaji.
That's Samuel Abuaji. Tuesday was our last
conversation. And you as appointees, you're always moving up and down. So sometimes even keeping in touch regularly like you used to prior to appointment always becomes a challenge. A headache. But tell us, shuffling between his family life schedules and then also his beloved intended constituency, which is Obuasi East, how was he able to manage that, and how was he relating to the family?
The painful thing is that Abuaji and I share something in common. Both our wives are in the States. So among themselves, there's always a coup against us.
Alliance of wives in the States.
Seriously. So when Abuaji lost the seats, like unceremoniously, something that has been declared for him, only for him to get to Accra, and it has been flipped again. So he's always in court.
Yeah.
He's been in court and in and out, and it was like, listen, don't let it go. And the wife kept insisting, leave this thing and come, leave this thing and come.
He kept saying that.
Yeah. That is why I cannot now show my face.
Yeah, because it sounds like
you were holding the brief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like what you feared the most has come upon us. That's how it feels.
So you haven't interacted with the wife yet?
I can't.
He says he cannot.
You should, actually.
How am I going to explain it?
Because she needs that.
The point is,
closest
that particular phrase, oh no, but this is exactly why I was telling him to stop and come.
Jesus.
That is what I don't want to encounter.
Mania.
Yes, you want.
I mean, we're all close to everybody, right?
Yeah.
Dr. Sapon.
The Sapon was like,
Dr. Sapon.
Say good
Chairman
morning.
Sapon. Yeah.
Good morning to
Morning.
everybody. It's been a very hard Wednesday. I haven't slept the whole night. I slept around 3 a.m. I was tossing and turning, and it hasn't been easy. I was with Dr. Sapon at Ambassador Sampi Ali's funeral. And he had even grown his beard. And I said, Uncle, for this beard, where are you taking it to? And we laughed over it. And, you know, we are all from Kumasi.
Yes.
And I don't know how I can refer to Uncle as was. Uncle was my father's protege. You know, when my father was the PNDC secretary, local government, he was with him. He was one of the young kids who was with my dad. So he always says that to me off. When we went to the Mampong in his funeral, I sat with him. We went early, and we said we're going to secure our seats. And we travel. He comes to the office of him. We talk. We have chats and all that. I mean, little did I ever know that Samuel Sapon, doctor, will die at this time. I mean, I just cannot take it. 3 of them, I remember we're having our training orientation for ministers and senior government officials at the presidency. Dr. Maneboama was the one who took us through communications. And I was sitting in front, and he stood right in front of me. And I can picture him. The whole of yesterday, I've been picturing him. He stood right in front of me, and he was telling us how we should communicate and all that. And he made a comment, and I interjected, said, Nanaya. Then we all laughed over it. Dr. Maneboama has been somebody I've been close to, especially during the election time in IPAC and all that. I was very close to getting data and all the information that I needed for my work in the media. I mean, we've been very close. I remember he changed my blood pressure medicine. I used to have another medicine. And
you mean the brand?
Yes.
Okay.
So I called and I said, he said, how are you? I haven't heard from you today. He said, am I not feeling well? My pressure. He said, oh, change it to this one. And I was a bit reluctant. But I said, change it, it will work. So he gave me another name, I changed it. That is how, from time to time, we will talk to each other, have conversations. Very nice gentleman. I mean, a perfectionist. He's one that you can't find any fault with. Very, very careful. And yesterday, the president gave me an assignment to do on Tuesday night. So yesterday, when I got up, I was on the assignment. So I went to the office, and I went to Chief of Staff's office to deliver a document. So when I was coming down in the lift, I met Ambassador Victor Smith. And he said, Nana, they said a helicopter is lost. They can't get a signal. I said, which helicopter is this? Then he made a comment that it's the president on it. He wanted to be sure because the president was supposed to go to the program with them.
Yesterday?
Yes. And he changed the plans because of the prayer. The Gomuafete prayer. So when he said that, I panicked. I said, but he's going to Gomuafete. Why are you saying that he's on it? I immediately panicked. Because, I had this thing to panic because plans can change. Yeah. Sometimes he's going here, something comes up and so you're supposed to, so I panicked. So I normally don't call him, but this time I put a call through to him and he answered. And I said, have you heard what has happened? And he said, yes. I said, Your Excellency, are you all right? He said, yes, I'm fine. Then he told me what has happened. Immediately I had to compose myself because the news was not out there. And I had to go to the hospital also to pick the daughter of one of my friends who was not well. I had to go myself, but I had to pay the bills because the mother has traveled. So I was just confused. I started, when I am in them, I started scratching myself because I couldn't cry. So I was just scratching myself and I needed to be composed because the news wasn't out. Then I started having calls from Dr. Wuku, one of the big men in the office. And he called me and said, Nana, what's going on? The program has been cancelled. He is in charge of protocols and meetings and all. He said the program has been cancelled. I couldn't tell him exactly what it was, but I said, I heard that a helicopter is missing and there's no signal. When I spoke to the president, I don't know, the first person I asked that is Honorable Amabua part of the group. And
because that is his program.
Yes, and he said no, he went by road. But I was confused because they said Mutala, Mutaka. Mutala is my number one person.
Go-to person.
Mutala advocates for me. We talk together. We do so many things. I mean, Mutala is just my friend. His beautiful wife. As Honorable say, I don't even know how I could even look at her. I go and sit with her. Yesterday, we went round to greet the family in Accra with the vice president. We went to Muniru's house and we went to Mutale's house. With Muniru, you know what? Now he's dead. One of my uncles called me, Joe Mara, Smiler Alassane. And he said, Nana, do you know Muniru wants a position? And I said, but Muniru should be okay at the farm. I mean, that is more comfortable. Everything that he has done, Muniru should be at the farm. He shouldn't ask for position. And Joe Mara said, but he's asking for position. I said, this one day Muniru shouldn't. He should be at the farm, the president's farm. If you're at the president's farm, you have power.
He manages the president.
Yes. If he comes to these were my words, if he comes to the farm, you see him. Some people cannot see him. So Muniru, tell him to stay there. And Joe Mara said that, no, Muniru wants a position. I say, you. So I left it at that. I met Muniru about, I think 3 weeks ago at the Flagstaff House and we spoke. He said, Nana, call me. I said, I'll call you. only to, I mean, I've not been following, only to hear yesterday that he was the deputy security coordinator. And I'm like, I mean, I just cannot figure out what has happened. But as we are all talking and we are all mourning, we need to get to the bottom of this. Because you see, yes, we are mourning, but we should make sure that never again in a day that 8 prominent people will lose their lives. I mean, we don't even know what happened. For me, yesterday I just looked through my mind that I've sat on aircrafts, planes, all manner, helicopters, whatever. My job has taken me to places, very dangerous places I have treaded. A helicopter just catches, whether it caught fire, whether there was a mechanical fault. I think that it is time for us to pause a bit and look at some of these machines that carry our people. We need to invest in these machines. We need to invest in this equipment. I have always advocated that we should take the politics out when it comes to purchasing aircrafts for our military, for the president, for whoever. Because this is not what we expected. We don't know whether it's a mechanical fault. There are so many conspiracy theories. But what jerks me is that, granted that the president didn't go to this program, granted that he has sat on this aircraft, what would have happened? Who didn't look at a bolt or a nut? Who didn't make sure that, I mean, the wing, something? I'm not, an aeronautic engineer, but who did not make sure? Because from the way it's going, there are a lot of conspiracy theories going on. But if you look at the trajectory of what happened, the thing I think caught fire in the air, or something happened in the air. For something to happen in the air when it comes to an aircraft, in the air, aircraft normally, look at the India one, immediately it took off. It didn't take off very well, and it crashed. You get me? Sometimes when you are landing, you can skid off and you crash.
Okay.
But in the air.
Yeah. Well, let's leave the conspiracy theories and then also the questions
for now.
Because it's certainly it's just a day after the incident.
No,
and all of us,
but for me, we shouldn't. Do you get me? I mean, how
those
can
questions we'll ask you.
But you see, interestingly,
how can 8 people
when
die?
Mr. Fuseni was talking, you were talking about the project, the Assemblies of God project, and all of that. And so that's where President Mahama was yesterday.
He was supposed to
He
be.
was
supposed to be instead of going to Obuasi. Okay, so let's take a look at that project.
And these are the churches.
Yeah, these are the churches.
So these are the churches.
Yeah, 10 of them. Within 1 year, the accommodation fully furnished.
It's nice, yeah.
Lordina furnished all the kitchens.
Yeah.
So the pastor's wife, all you have to do is to go into the room.
So these are 10 different branches of Assemblies of God.
Yes.
So where are they situated? Which
in
part
the
of the
northern
country?
region, we have 5 regions in the north, Assemblies of God. So we have Northern Region A, Northern Region B. So the Yendi side is the Region B. Then the Tamale side is the Region A. Then Upper East, Upper West, and Upper East we have A and then B.
These were his personal
project.
He
and the wife.
That one.
Yes, he and the wife.
And you mentioned he talked about it last year.
Last year during our general. So if you check the date,
let's
when he started speaking, you see the date there. Last year when he was a candidate, Mahama, that was when he made the pledge.
Right.
And like I said, some of the pastors were like, "Oh, open elections in here."
So this.
And he actually started it.
So this is a promise delivered to the people.
Yes.
Okay. So if not because of this, he would have been.
He probably
at Obuasi.
Wow.
So this is the project that saved you. Can say.
No, actually, the president wouldn't have gone with just one helicopter, actually, because he goes with a larger entourage. So he would have gone with something bigger, or maybe aircraft to Kumasi, and maybe go by road because of the entourage. But yes, he would have been at that place, and whoever knows.
Big. I mean,
so this helicopter that crashed, was it going to Kumasi?
No, he was going to Obuasi straight.
Yes.
So from Accra straight to Obuasi.
Yeah.
And that was a long distance, actually.
It is, yes, it is.
That was
a long
distance.
distance.
That's a long.
It was
And
a long
the
distance. They should have
area
stopped.
and
They
the
should-
weather, this weather too.
It's not good. They should have stopped him.
So like,
they should have stopped. Did you get?
Well, we
That's
are
why
waiting
Roland said we should
for. We are
avoid
waiting
the
exactly. We are waiting for the investigation to take place, so we can talk about these things. But in the meantime, let's just talk about how we feel and what's going on in our minds and emotions right now. Rodlin, we haven't heard from you. You came in very somber this morning, and I can imagine. Where were you when you first heard the news yesterday?
I was at the Ministry of Trade.
Okay.
Waiting for the minister. I'd gone there for something to do and to do something really. And I was there when the secretary came in and said, bad news. I don't think she's going to come in.
No way.
And I was like, what news? And she said, there's been a crash. And I said, what crash? She said, an army aircraft had crashed. And she mentioned Omanibuama. And then I said, no, what happened? You know, and she said, well, the aircraft was lost in, you know, somehow, and it comes out that it crashed and there were other occupants, but we're still getting the names. So I just joined them and we all sat around watching from our phones because, of course, the TV was not on.
Yes.
And that's when it happened. But you see, the first thing that hit me when they said it was a military aircraft, it had crashed, and that it had gotten lost in the, you know, in the radar. Then I just remembered. It just brought back memories of a similar thing that happened, though it didn't happen in Ghana, like in 1992. We lost some officers who were on course in Jaji, and the military aircraft had crashed also. But 3 minutes after takeoff, it was also lost from the radar. And the next thing was it had crashed into a swamp, and all 163 military officers and their families, some of them and some other governors, this was in Nigeria, had perished. So suddenly the first thing that came, I said, not again, not another Okwabi and Bawa. You know, these were colleagues of mine. Okwabi was my classmate in school, and Bawa was a colleague of my husband. So my late husband. So I was like, all of a sudden, it just dawned on me again that no, not again. You know, the army cannot have this again. So I just started asking questions, and they kept telling me, like, then the names started coming. At first, we had Muntaka, then later on, you know, the.
No, see, sorry to cut him, but for our finance minister, Muntaka would have been on the plane.
That's why he was crying so badly.
Muntaka was the fifth person on board with Dr. Omanibuama. Then Atu dragged him out.
At the Air Force Base.
Atu said, no, you can't board because we have a meeting with the immigration guys and I need you there.
That explains his tears.
Yeah, that's
so
why he was
so he boarded the aircraft. He was supposed to go. Murtala was not on the flight.
Murtala rather
was not on the flight.
Because they normally go.
5.
So Murtala was not on the flight.
Murtala wasn't. So it was supposed to be Muntaka.
So it was when Atu insisted and dragged Muntaka out.
Then Murtala
replaced him as a vacant seat. Then Murtala replaced him.
So many things happened yesterday. Because our president was supposed to go, he didn't go.
Understand him.
Mutaka was supposed to go, he was pulled out, and somebody else went. So it's only God.
So it meant that it was Muntaka's name that's on the manifest.
Yeah. Well, so that was what happened. So at the end of it, I mean, I think that
that's why people started mentioning his name when it happened.
Okay.
Because I'm sure he might have also told friends and family that he was traveling.
No, everything was done. He was boarding before he was dropped, actually.
You know, so what, as far as I heard Murtala, I don't know where the tears came, just one, because I knew him.
Rodlin, please put your thoughts on hold for us, because according to Muslim tradition, the burial service of
yesterday,
the Honorable Murtala Muhammad was supposed to take place this morning at 10 a.m. and all were supposed to converge at the Anbaria Islamic Institute, Nyashegu. That's where it was supposed to be taking place. But information reaching us now indicates that it's been postponed. But our Northern Regional correspondent, Christopher Amwako, is right there at the venue to bring us live reports. Chris, I know it hasn't been a good night and the morning isn't any better, but what can you report from where you are?
Yes, so quickly, I can say that mourners are beginning to come to the family house of the late Member of Parliament for Tamale Central, Murtala Muhammad, to commensurate with the family. As it stands now, yesterday, because there was information that the late MP would be laid to rest today in accordance with Muslim tradition, a lot of people, a lot of mourners have gathered here yesterday till this morning, waiting to be part of the burial ceremony. Unfortunately, the family conveyed information to us yesterday, late around 10:30, that they will not be able to go ahead with the burial because government has asked that they take a hold on the burial process. So this morning, loved ones, sympathizers are coming to the family house to sympathize with them over the loss. But I must quickly add that it's a sad moment for the people of the greater Tamale metropolis and northern region in general, because a lot of people who come to the family house share some good testimonies about the late Member of Parliament for Tamale Central. You know, he started off in the Nantong constituency where he was a Member of Parliament. And so people from that constituency have also visited the family house to sympathize with them. Now, the entire Tamale metropolis where he has lived his life is thrown into a sad moment. Most people today are even unable to go about their normal duties. I visited some people and stopped just closer by the family house. They told me that it's very pathetic that they don't even feel like doing anything today because of the caliber of person the late Member of Parliament was. He was a go-to person for many young men and women in the Tamale enclave. Is very, very religious. One testament that has been coming from the people, very, very religious, who always spoke about death, because he has always emphasized that this world is full of vanity and each one of us can die anytime. But just yesterday in the morning, he was on one of the radio stations in Tamale, and he said that he's human and he could die in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening. And so that is one thing that a lot of people who monitored that program actually remember him for. Wow. You remember that yesterday he sent a message on New Day, which Roland read. And a lot of people have been engaging here at the family house, have been telling me that even yesterday he sent a message on TV3NewDay and Roland read the message. And so it's a very sad moment for not only the family, but every one of us gathered here.
Christopher, you remember election 2024. You and I covered for the entire northern region, including Tamale Central. It was a beautiful moment, and I just want us to revisit those moments before we come back to you again.
Yes, okay. I remember that moment when he came to the coalition center. Yeah. That moment.
Chris, hold on. Let's remind viewers of exactly what happened from the polling station to the coalition center.
Is on his way, approaching the polling station. He is about to vote for his own constituency, where he is the incumbent for the NDC. So we'll walk towards where Honorable Murtala is. He's currently saying good morning and exchanging greetings with the people. This is the stronghold of the NDC. Honorable, hey. Good morning. This is TV3. Good to see you, Honorable.
Good to be here.
Good morning. What's your general mood this morning? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling okay. I'm fine. I'm very confident.
that inshallah victory shall be ours. But I'm happy about the circumstance. I'm happy about the environment I'm seeing.
Okay.
It's been generally peaceful.
Okay.
Tamale Central, there is a rapprochement between NDC and MPP.
Right.
I mean, we live in the same area, we live in the same constituency, and I haven't had any, report of any disturbance.
Good to see you. Good to see you. We are going to have a responsibility.
Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad obtained 52,000. Representing 75% of total vote. On behalf of the commissioners, I ask the powers invested on us by a legislative instrument CI 127. I, Musa Muniru, hereby declared Mutala Ibrahim Mutala Muhammad as the parliamentary candidate elect for the Tamale Central constituency.
And that was when, it's unbelievable to say, was. Yeah, the 2024 elections and final moments when he was officially declared as winner for the Tamale Central constituency. We had further deliberations and discussions with him when he came out of the collation center. Very elated, very happy. A win very well deserved because he had worked hard for it. He initially started from the Nantong constituency. No, there was one that he started from. The name is missing me right now. Christopher just mentioned it, and then he moved to Tamale Central, and this was his second time winning. And to have worked this hard, campaigned, voted for, won elections, come into Parliament, and also been blessed with a ministerial appointment, and still fighting against the national menace Galamsey, died in the line of duty. It's unbelievable to take in. And Rodlin, before I come to you, let me go back to Christopher. Christopher, so those were some of the memories from the 2024 elections that you and I covered. I'm not sure what your thoughts are.
I'm just sad, especially when he was finally declared the winner of the parliamentary elections for the Tamale Central constituency. You saw how happy he was, and his comments were that he's going to continue the good work that he's been doing. And of course, Cookie, in the Tamale Central constituency, since becoming the member of parliament, there have been some great governmental projects that he's done in the constituency. Talk about in the area of education, health, sport, and youth development. In fact, even before his untimely demise, this coming Saturday, he was supposed to cut cord for the construction of a clinic in the constituency. Yesterday, he sent money to his communications director to make advanced preparations ahead of the cord cutting ceremony. I have to also maintain that the late Honorable Mutala never joked with any person from TV3. He has never held a program without telling his communications director that, hey, get TV3 to attend this program. And so, I don't know, I'm just short of words. I'm sad. I've been sad since yesterday and Tuki, it's a very difficult moment, not only for the family, but for us all.
Chris, have you been able to engage any family members at all this morning, now that we know the funeral service will not be taking place this morning? Who have you been able to speak with, and what are they saying?
Yes, so I've spoken to some members of the family. In fact, they are saying that they don't have any problem with the postponement of the burial service, because they even alluded to the fact that the Holy Prophet Muhammad died on a Monday, but due to certain circumstances was buried on a Wednesday. And so it's not out of place that because of some circumstances, they will not be able to go ahead with the burial ceremony. And so they respect that. They will wait till the appropriate time that they can bury their relative. And so they are in a very sad mood, and they've not spoken much, but they've only said that in Islam, they believe that every living soul shall taste death, and that is the consolation that they have. And to also add to the fact that every living soul shall taste death, they also believe that whatever happens to mankind is the will of Allah. And they believe that that is the plan of Allah, and Allah himself knows why it's like that. Because on such 2 days ago, he was supposed to be here with the energy minister, which he said that he had other issues to attend to, so he didn't come. So they are just sad, but they have the consolation that it is Allah's will, and that they do not also know when their time will come. So they take it in good faith.
Chris, we would remember him for his resilience, his determination when it comes to duty. We remember him for his sense of humor. We remember the proverbs with which he would sit on either New Day or whatever other platform that you see him on. But talking to the people of Tamale Central, especially from yesterday, how would they remember Honorable Murtala Muhammad?
Yes, Cookie, one thing, they will remember him as someone who is always bent on developing the people around him. It's, according to them yesterday, even when he was member of parliament for Nantong, he has always supported the people who come around him. Aside the fact that he's very religious. In fact, that is one thing you cannot take away from the people. They have been giving good testimonies about how religious he is. Even in parliament, when he is making a statement, he has to reference the Holy Quran in some of his statements that he makes in parliament. And that tells the kind of person he is. He's someone who hates corruption. And so whenever he gets the platform, he tells people, and he even swears to Allah that whatever that it is that he will knowingly do that will amount to corruption, he does not want to get closer to it. As we speak, he's the only member of parliament that has a lot of students, medicine students, or people studying to become medical doctors at the University for Development Studies. That he paid their fees from level 100, and most of them will be leaving school very soon. And so when it comes to his support for his constituents and other people who come his way, it's something that the people will remember him very well for. Lastly, people will remember him for his humor, like you have indicated. Even when he's serious, he will chip in something that will ease the tension of the moment, and then he continues. And so, Cookie, it's sad. I must say it's sad.
Chris, if you look behind you, you can tell that there's a lot more construction, I believe, for canopies where you're standing. Is that the family house, or this was supposed to be the funeral ground? If you look behind you, you can tell there's more construction going on. What's happening?
Oh, that is the family house.
Okay.
You know, if the burial were to take place, it will take place at you see during the elections where we pitched camp at the Ambaria Institute.
Islamic school,
that was where the burial ceremony would have taken place. But because of the cancellation, it is taking place here at the family house. The construction of the canopy is taking place because a lot more sympathizers, mourners are coming to sympathize with the family. They come, they sit, they sympathize with them, and they go. So they have to make sure that when people come, they have a place to sit.
Right.
And you know that even though we are in the rainy season, we've not experienced some amount of rainfall over the past week. And so the sun is scorching here, and they have to make provision for people who come here to also sympathize with them. So that is why this is taking place.
Chris, before you go, you remember when we're covering the elections, it was Honorable Murtala Mohammed, it was Honorable Alassane Suini, and then it was Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Have you by any chance picked up any words from any of these friends of his at the moment?
Okay, at the moment, no. But yesterday, when I got the family house, his elder brother told me that it was Honorable Haruna who called to break the news to him. But personally, I have not received any word from the other members of parliament in the Tamale enclave. What I do know is that since yesterday, I even conducted some interviews outside Honorable Mutale's constituency, and I must admit that he's the love of the people. He was the love, let me put it that way. Even though it's difficult to put him in the past, but he was the love of the people in the Tamale enclave because his doors were open to everyone who came his way.
Christopher, thank you very much. It's going to be a long day. We definitely will come back to you. Take a breather now, but definitely we'll come back to you. Thank you very much. Christopher Mwakun is our Northern Regional Correspondent, and I covered the elections with him, the 2024 elections with him in the Northern region, and it was a spectacle. Too bad to know that one of them is actually no more. Rodlin, did you have a close relationship with Honorable Murtala Mohammed?
I met Murtala Mohammed mostly at GH1. I wouldn't say that we were close to that. But anytime we met, you know, he would come and say, oh, hi, big sister, you know, good morning, and we'll chat, and then he will invite me to the NDC. You know, that was always the whole thing. And we shared some moments, you know, where he would tell me about his wife. His wife happens to be Guinean, I understand. And I just felt that this was a very nice guy. This was a very patriotic guy. And he always came across to me as one that was a patriot for this country. He would tell me, he would say, you know, this country deserves a lot more than we are giving it. So when I heard of his demise, I was really saddened. That was one name that hit me. Omanibo Ama I've met, we meet and hello, and that kind of thing, because I'm not a member of their party, so I don't get to meet people most of the time. Muniru, yes, I know, he's a brother, and stuff like that. So it really got me. But what hit me the most was I suddenly sat and I started thinking about their wives, their families, their children. You know, being a widow myself, I know how it's like when you lose your husband or the breadwinner of your family, and then I'm looking at the effects for the children, and then I'm asking myself, how is the woman going to cope? And I see a young person, and I looked at Omanibuame's mother, and you know, it just all came to me, and I couldn't take it because it was sad. I think that we have lost some great minds. We've lost real good people. You know, we've lost people that really were serving this country with all that they had. And we should all remember, you know, the deeds that they did, the good deeds, their lifestyles. We should emulate those kinds of sacrifices that these people did for us. And the soldiers, if you listen to them, young children, 2 months old, 3 years old, these are young people who are just going about starting their lives, and this should happen to them. So it's really a sad day for Ghana, and our condolences goes to the families, the bereaved families, to the president of the republic, to all Ghanaians. And I think that this should be a reflective mood for us all. We should not go out there with other ideas. For now, we have lost 8 eminent Ghanaians. Let us mourn them. Let us give them the respect. We can talk about all the theories later. But for now, let us come together as a country to mourn these people.
Absolutely.
Well, let's speak to Bernard Mona, always a regular here, and then also of the PNC. Good morning to you, Bernard Mona.
It's amazing you can say good morning. It is a sad morning.
Yeah.
It's a dark day for Ghana, and in particular for the youthful population of our nation.
Right. And if you can just raise your voice a bit better, because I know that it's a hard time for all of us, but because of the medium through which we're having, well, this message received from you, what fondly can you remember of the individual persons especially?
Well, I probably aside the security person, I am very close to every one of our comrades that have passed. For Edward Omani Buama, and for some strange reasons. In the list of appointees for this term, he was the only minister's vetting that I attended upon. He was the only. And probably by coincidence, I met him at the Kumasi airport on the day before the vetting. Then he told me that they have asked him to bring a list of 10 people, and he could not. So he just called the MA to tell them that Bernard Mona will come. And so I had no option than to go. My closeness with Edwin Omaniguama started when he was in medical school, and I was a student at UCC. And all of us were yearning to lead the students of Ghana under the banner of the National Union of Ghana Students. We were about 4 contestants in the race. And there was one NS at GIJ then. There was later Dr. John Kumar. And myself and Omani Buama were the contestants. Edward Omani Buama had lost the previous elections to Edward Bauer. So he was coming in as what we call a research candidate. And so in that election, he won. Now he rallied all of us who contested him to assist in the running of the student leadership at the time. Since then, we have been very close. And in the CJA, he was not a member from the start. In one of our meetings, when we decided to do our first or maiden press conference to outdoor the Committee for Joint Action, we suggested that we needed a neutral who was not politically aligned to do the reading of the statement, which we had prepared over 3 days. Then Kwesi Pratt was tasked to call Edward Omani Buama. He placed a call, and I remember that he was then at his current wife's place at the time. She was the fiancée around Adenta housing. The roads were bad. It took him 1 hour to get to the press center. And he took the statement. We asked him to take some 5 minutes to go through. He said, I will read it. So instantly, he read the statement and became a part and parcel of the CJA and contributed enormously to the struggle for better living conditions of Ghana. For Murtala Mohammed, he is not my friend. He is my kid brother. And I'm sure that even on your shows, he has repeated that anywhere we meet, I take advantage to remind him that I'm older than him for a few days. And we will laugh at it. He was such a committed person these two persons I've mentioned, I am so close to them that if they hear of you engage in anything untoward humanity, they will devour you. Murtala abhorred any public official cheating citizens. He hated corruption. He saw that public resources must be manifested for the good of everyone, and that anybody given opportunity to serve in that capacity must liberate that effort for the good of the society and not for your own self. I can say that upon the Edward of Manibwama. And yesterday at 6:45 a.m., I had called Edward of Manibwama. For some strange reasons, I was not feeling that something was right. And he did not respond. I'm sitting now and thinking that the Edward of Manibwama that I know, if he had taken the call and there was space in the helicopter, he would have said, bro, maybe let's sit in the flight and chat whilst we go to Obuasi. He would have probably invited me to join with him. I do know that my son and his colleagues were scheduled to meet Murtala. And indeed, he asked that they should come to him today at 9:30 in the office. Because they were there last week, Tuesday, and he was unable to meet them. So I got to my office yesterday because I was busy around the University of Ghana. And the news had spread, and my son and others had heard the news. I got to the office and I didn't even know what was happening. I went to the Ministry of Health to go and meet Akando, and I met a senior brother, Gengong, who told me that I cannot meet the minister because he has broken down. I said, what is it? He said that in the news of the passing of Omani, I was still in Gengong's office when it was confirmed that Murtala, Muniru, Sapong had all passed. This cannot be the life we want to live. We speak moments, we accompany each other, and the world just crash on all of us. For where I sit, John Mama has not lost an appointee or appointees. Probably he has lost the angels of his government. These people that I know are very close to the president. I know how the president honors Muniru to grant him the chance to manage his farm. I know how President Mahama feels about the incorruptibility of Edward Manibwama and Murtala Mohammed. To wake up that a function that he was destined to go and represent, he, the president, was going to speak up. For some strange reason, he could not go. And that the people who went there for him, and probably in the same helicopter that he would have sat in, are gone. How can anybody explain this? It's early days yet. I could not sleep throughout the night. I kept waking up and asking questions. And I'm not sure that I can finish asking the questions, because that's for answers I cannot. Comrade Murtala, Comrade Edward Manibwama, Comrade Limuna, Comrade Sapong, and the others, wherever you are, you have devastated our nation. You have broken the spirit of our existence. But we always say God knows best.
And how big do you think this is a loss to us?
Come again.
How big is this loss to all of us as a country?
We are struggling as a nation to get people who commit themselves to the public good. And here we are with some of the finest who exemplifies how public service should be. And they are taken away. See, this is Dr. Edward Omanbuana. He tells you to come to his office at 1:47, meaning he has about 13 minutes to engage with you. You get there at 1:50, he will tell you that 3 minutes of the time he wanted to spend with you is done, because other people are on the line that he must attend to. Here is Mutala that I can vouch that his commitment to the Northern cause and to the marginalized in society can never be diluted. His simplicity and availability is unmatched. And in particular, his commitment to his religion. I don't do religion. But his faith in Islam is so strong that I think that he knows the Quran from back to front. Allah Limuna, at any point in time when we meet, will say Sankanana, and we'll start saying that he is a Imam, so he has to pray for you. Such heavy characters who should exemplify what it means to be true servants of a nation and a people are gone. What example again can one give when the very, and like I said, I call them the angels, probably the saints of Mama's leadership. And I can understand why Mama would give them these appointments. And then Obanigama became the government spokesperson under the Mama one, and spoke for the president, meaning he was so close to the president. And to the extent that they needed somebody to man the NBC election machinery, and he was the one that the Mama will select to go and lead it. And what a job he did, executing it with precision and perfection. And just 8 months down the line, we are here, receiving his kaka. This is not a family loss. This is tragic of monumental proportion. I have struggled throughout to come to terms with what the news has been.
Thank you very much. Thank you for contributing. I always remember the banter, if the two of you are on, about who is older and who is not older, especially in relation to Mutala. And you always got to win the debate just because you're some few days or weeks older than him. But, well, yes. That also was also an argument by Mutala. Yeah, it was also an argument by Bernard that I'm taller. You are my son. I don't know how the two of them, but it's a very son.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll come back to you later. But Nanaya, or maybe let me come to, yes, you're a presidential staffer. In your opinion, how do you think the president is feeling at the moment?
Everybody could be devastated. It's natural, but being the president and the father of the nation, I think that he will put himself together and embrace the occasion. Yes, but the initial shock is always there, especially the people who are involved. If you listen to Bernard, these were people who were very close to him. Somebody, my farm manager, somebody who was an agric minister and who is managing my farm for me. This is Omane Boama, very close, who has delivered an election for me. Do you get me? Samuel Sapon, very dedicated. Mutala, very loyal. That is his son. Very loyal. One of the most loyal. I mean, Mutala is loyal to a core. Very affable, very caring. He has lost great people. Yesterday I was listening to, I think, some a computer. And he was saying...
Rashid Tanko computer.
Tanko computer. And he was saying that the chairman was supposed to go with the team. Yeah. He couldn't make it. The general secretary was supposed to go. He couldn't make it. And so they called on Dr. Sapon.
I now understand the tears. Because we saw a tape in which Fifi Kwete was really battered.
Yes.
It was just they were all
at fake. Yes, I heard they were at fake.
This is a program, and most of the young guys in Obuasi always gives us those national security issues because of mining. So this was a way to just take care of that national security threat that has always been recurring at Obuasi. So this program was actually going to launch and take them away from the Galamsey to a responsible kind of mining. So the party needed a representation. But then yesterday was like a general's off day as well. So he couldn't go. And the general secretary was also taking somewhere. So, okay, and then Dr. Sapo said, Kumasi. So you are just going home. So let your car take the lead. Join the heli. When you finish the program, then your car will take you from Obuasi back to Kumasi. So that's how come Dr. Sapon was on board.
It's like...
and from what you say, not to alarm our viewers or anybody out there, but other names could have been...
Jemfi was also...
What did you say? What did you say, sir?
Jemfi was also... Because it's mining.
Mining. Yeah.
My inclination was so right then, because when the news came, I started mentioning all these names. And you're confirming that Sami Jemfi was supposed to have been on that helicopter. What stopped him?
Because it takes only 5 passengers.
So if it could take more...
They would have gone.
Lord have mercy.
More people would have gone.
So the point is that Dr. Sapon was somebody who was always ready to help. And for his stature, he was such a humble person. You enjoy sitting with him and talking to him. And this, you see, the president has lost a team.
Yeah.
A great team. And you ask how is he feeling. As I said before, you would not feel okay. You see, so when you lose somebody, he has lost people, not somebody. And I heard the pilot who is a very good pilot. I don't know him. When you lose somebody, the initial shock, sometimes you try to take it in. But the most difficult one is what happened at the Air Force Base yesterday, that the body is brought. And now you see reality, that the person is gone.
Let's take a look at the scene where the bodies finally arrived at the Air Force Base here in Accra.
We are coming to you live from the Air Force Base at Bema Camp in Accra. Just a moment ago, the remains of the 8 individuals who perished in the Z9 helicopter crashed earlier today touched down here at the base, and it was greeted not by applause or ceremony, but by mourning and tears from people who have gathered here. You saw earlier the caskets draped in Ghana's flag, a symbol of the nation. They served with dedication. The caskets were carefully lowered from the aircraft by officers. Their faces were hardened by discipline, but their eyes betraying the sorrow they carry within them. It was just so obvious. Some held back tears, others couldn't. There's heaviness in the air, one that words can truly not capture. Across the base here, loved ones, family, friends, colleagues are in solemn unity. You can clearly see others clutched, handkerchiefs on their mouths, trembling, trying to make sense of this cruel, sudden loss. The pain here, I can clearly tell, is raw. The wounds are fresh. The entire base field as tough. And words cannot really explain how the mood is around here. Among the falling, we all know are prominent figures in the nation's leadership, including Dr. Edward Omanebama and Dr. Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Minister for Environment, Science and Technology as well. The mood generally around the space where the ceremony has finally come to an end. It's something that we are not getting words to explain for you to understand how people are still struggling and trying to comprehend what exactly what is happening here. But just as we brought our lanterns here, we are dotted at the right places, trying to get some of the dignitaries who are currently leaving to bring you the updates here as well. Dr. Mane Boama, since taking office, had pushed for modernization of Ghana's military troops and prioritizing the welfare of personnel.
So those were scenes from the airport base last night when the remains of our dearly departed touched down at the Air Force base. But a lot of people have been talking about the manner in which the remains, first of all, were picked up and brought back to Accra. We're told that when the altitude came very low before it crashed, there were some farmers in the area. And according to reports, to even get to the scene of the crash, it took them about 2 hours. Yesterday, Ibrahim Abubakar was reporting and said that it took them almost 2 hours on foot to walk to get to the scene of the crash. But Nanaya, and especially Woodland, you've been talking about how the remains were brought back to Accra in cocoa sacks. What are your thoughts on that one?
For me, I broke down. I broke down seeing bodies of such revered people in sacks, cocoa sacks. I just didn't understand. And the feeling I had was, how could we transport our own in cocoa sacks like, I don't know.
Sorry to cut in again, but then it was from the mountain top where there was, by then the police hadn't later, gone with the body bags.
So later,
so when they brought it down, the police...
I started thinking about it, that whatever happens, first and foremost, they were far away from any police station or any, for them to bring the sacks, the body bags. And then, of course, you don't expect body bags to be everywhere.
Sure.
So after cooling myself down, I said, well, who knew that such a thing was going to happen? So it's just that it happened, and you look at human beings.
It's just demeaning, right?
Exactly.
That this is your end.
That this is your end. And I just told myself that, what is it? You know, all this kuka, you know, what is it? This world is just a phase that we'll all go through. And we all have to accept that we don't know what's going to happen the next day. Let's just be nice to each other. You know, for me, I looked at it and I said, all this antagonistic behavior, vindictiveness that we get from our leaders and all, this is our end. You know, you can have all the money. You could have stolen all the money. You could have done all the things that you thought, you know, was right or wrong towards another being, and this could be your end. And these were people that we revered. These were people, Mutaka was such a religious person. I don't think in any circumstance anybody had thought that Mutala, this would be his end. Are you getting me? The same with Omane Boama and all of them. So I really felt bad. That one broke me down. The sack really broke me down. But this is how it is. We all don't know our end. And we pray that we never see this again. Amen. And we pray that none of us will go through this. And we just pray that their families, you know, God will grant them the hearts to endure this kind of loss. This is a tragic loss. You get up in the morning, you say good morning to your wife, your children. I'm just going to Obuasi and coming back. And this is it. Just don't know what to say. Because Obuasi is just around the corner. Yeah. How many hours does it take for you to fly from Accra to Obuasi? And within a short while.
You said that we shouldn't talk about what?
No, we can't. We can't talk of the theories.
We also want to throw a bit more light on the young ones who were also aboard the helicopter yesterday. So we are talking about Flying Officer Chum Ampedu, who was the co-pilot, Squadron Leader Peter Bafemi Anala, very young pilot, Sergeant Ernest Ado Mensah, who was also a crew member, and your own friend, former parliamentary candidate Samuel Abuajan. You tell me he's just 30-something, right?
Deputy Director General for NADMO.
For a man, you know, this I've been observing. You're just trying to put it together, but for a man, how do you think the family, the wives,
the most devastating part is
these
that
are young.
The lady is alone in the U.S. as I speak to you now.
No family.
No family. Just with the kid.
Yeah. The church will be
Nana,
there.
As a mother, what's the feeling like for you? And what do you think these families can even do just to get through? Yesterday, I think I saw the first video was of Dr. Sapon's wife and Iradi Jimio. I could feel the devastation. For you as women,
what can you do? It has happened. You see, there's a saying that, and it's my favorite saying, death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. But I have added my own. How will it come? Do you get me? Now we are discussing the how. This is a very painful. I am picturing them in mid-air. What did they say? What did they do? Did they pray? Did they scream?
The final moments.
Yeah, did they regret that they've taken this national position? It is not easy. For the family, it will not be easy for a long time, especially the young ones.
Yeah.
You have a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, 2-month baby. I saw one of them having a wedding. Do you get me? So you never get over it. Death is a necessary end, but you never get over it. And especially this kind of devastation that they are putting in sacks. Even if you are putting in this morning I got up, I said, oh, so God, if Omani even died like a sick person, you would have seen his face. If Mutala died as a sick person. Yesterday when I heard it, I have so much faith. And before I heard that they were gone, I was praying that God, let them be in a wheelchair. Even that we will take it. We will see them. They can ride in this wheelchair to the office. They can be productive to this nation. But we can never get over it. Even us, those of us who work with him, those of us who have interacted with them, none of us can ever get over this tragedy. And I do not think that we should ever let it happen in this nation again. That one day, we lost 8 prominent people. The young ones are also prominent in their own way, you know, because you don't know what they are going to grow up to be. You get the Deputy Director General of NADMO is already on the way. He won a seat, it was taken from him. But he 34 years, he's on the way to becoming a great person in future. How would you know that maybe he would have been our next president?
Yeah.
Do you get me? To win a seat in Ashanti on NDC's ticket, it's not an easy feat. So he's made of metal. Do you understand? So we have really lost some people that we all believed in. Dr. Maneboama was, sometimes when you talk to him, you wonder if he's a medical doctor. Because most medical doctors, I'm not insulting them all. They are straight jacket. They know their medicine.
Science.
If you take them out of the science, yes. I remember this training. Me, I'm a communications person. I've practiced communications for a long time. When somebody is teaching us on communication, I pick a book and I'll be critiquing to see whether you are saying the right thing. When it came to Dr. Maneboama, I didn't pick my book. Immediately he started, he was on point. So when he finished, I said, hey, this is a medical doctor. A medical doctor, it means that he's versatile. Such a person, you need him around you. But unfortunately, he's gone. In a can, we the Ashantis, we say something like, and but in this case, I don't know if we could have done something about it. I don't know, I cannot tell. I don't know the last moment. But this is a very, very, very tragic situation. You see, today, me no joy. Yes, me of all pop, Nana of all. I mean, I just didn't even think. I haven't eaten since yesterday.
Because what tobaha?
My tobaha, cookie. I haven't eaten. I haven't drank water. So my children say, "They mommy eat something, drink something." I say, "I can't."
Yeah.
I became dazed just sitting down like this. That's how I've been sitting. Sit down like this. And I said that this world is a cruel world. I spoke to Kofi Boachi yesterday. He said it's a crazy world. I said, Kofi, this is not a crazy, it's cruel. It's cruel, such a painful death. But I also say that God saves who he wants to save. He saved Muntaka. You get Muntaka was supposed to be there. He didn't go. He saved Sami Jemfi. Do you get me? So God saves who he wants to save. I mean, whatever, he still saves who he wants to save.
He saved Dr. Amakofi Boa.
He saved Dr.
You saw
Amakofi.
the video yesterday when the Ashanti regional minister gave him the information.
Yeah. He saved Amakofi Boa. So we all say that God saves who wants to save. It's painful. It's very, very painful. But me, I believe, and I'll suggest, it's not government or anybody, it's me. I'm saying that we should honor them as heroes. Because they were going
in the line of duty.
Yes, they were going to fight one of the cankers that is killing us, the Galamsey. They were going out there to fight it, and they've always been out there as a team. This is the team that goes. 2 have been saved, but they are always together. They are always together, going to Kumasi, going to the Ashanti region to fight. But God said that I'm bringing home 3 of them. We can't say much, we can't challenge God. But this is a very, very painful situation. The young person that I was taking from the hospital asked me, when I was talking about it in the car, he's not too old, but he's young. He said, Mama, this one, your auntie always say we should pray. Why did this happen? And I said that God knows best. You don't challenge God. I mean, today we didn't know why it has happened. But tomorrow we might know. We say we shouldn't talk about the machine. So we are leaving the machine here. But after the machine, we'll talk about
the machine
later.
Yes, but now let's turn our attention.
That I think that His Excellency Mahama should have a hero's park with their busts, so that everybody would know the people who died in the line of duty against Galamsey. They have died in the line of duty against Galamsey. I think that we should also name some streets, some government institutions, some schools after them, especially in the Galamsey areas, for it to be a sign that 8 young people sacrificed their lives to end Galamsey.
Well,
they should be treated as heroes.
There's an Air Force person who is watching us and says that I am loving the dedication of TV3NewDay this morning to mourn our fallen heroes. I have taken note of all the tributes that are coming from your studios. And I think that the management, the editors, and the producers at TV3 have done a wonderful job. Not to make the discussion only political, but also appease the souls of all of us who are mourning, including the public, their families, their wives, their friends, their children, their classmates, among many others. As an Air Force officer, I also have to say that the helicopter takes 10 people, including the crew. That'll be the pilot, I'm sure the co-pilot, and then also the engineer or flight engineer, so to speak, I'm sure. Okay. And then the bodies were brought, or the remains were brought to Accra last night in coffins.
We saw that.
As we saw it.
Yes.
We shouldn't ever mention sacks. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that is well noted.
Yeah.
That is well noted and corrected. Thank you.
But you even mentioned it that they were transported into the body bags, and then before they were put in the coffin.
On the area.
Anyway, so a lot of tributes have been pouring in from world leaders all over, sympathizing with the demise of our 8 fallen heroes. We are going to go through some of them, and notably, one came from the U.S. Embassy, and it reads, "The United States expresses its condolences to President John Dramani Mahama and the people and government of Ghana on the 8 tragic deaths in today's helicopter crash. We are united in prayer for the families of the victims and the people of Ghana." Tammy Bruce, spokesperson for the U.S. Department of State, sent in that one. And a number of them have come in. Let's go through some of them. And even from Parliament, on the minority side yesterday, Apenyo Markin sent his. I saw one from Honorable Kojo Nkrumah. Okay, so this is the one that came from the U.S. Embassy. I read it, but I'll read it again. It says, "The United States expresses its condolences to the President John Dramani Mahama and the people and government of Ghana on the 8 tragic deaths in today's helicopter crash. We are united in prayer for the families of the victims and the people of Ghana." Tammy Bruce, spokesperson for the U.S. Department of State. Okay, and we'll take a lot more that have come in. I've seen one from President William Ruto as well. So let's just project them so we can go through them. Yeah. The chairperson conveys his heartfelt condolences to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the government and people of Ghana, and the bereaved families of all those who lost their lives in this national tragedy. His Excellency, okay, our thoughts and prayers with the bereaved families. May they find solace and fortitude in these difficult times. And that came from the Embassy, Kingdom of Morocco to Ghana. And Honorable Kojo Nkrumah, MP of Fwasia Urebi, says, "On this terrible day of national tragedy, my prayers go out to the families of our 8 colleagues who have fallen in the line of duty and in the service of our dear country." Samir Wuku, MP, Ekuapim North, says this tragedy serves as a painful reminder of how fleeting life is and of the sacrifices made by those who serve our nation with honor. The British High Commission expresses deep condolences to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Jubilee House, and the people of Ghana on this tragic and sad day. Our thoughts are with the families and friends of those deceased during this difficult time. The British Commission. A lot more of the tributes pouring in. Engineer Kwabena Ejipon, former General Secretary of the NPP, also says this is devastating. It's a devastating blow to our nation. We have lost courageous men, public servants, and soldiers who dedicated their lives to the country's peace and stability. Mahama Yariga, who is currently the majority leader in Parliament, says their sacrifice, patriotism, and commitment to duty will forever be etched in the history of our republic. May their souls rest in peace. right. Ex-president or former president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo also sent his, and it reads, "I condole with our gallant men of the Ghana Air Force at this concerning time and salute their indispensable role in the public life of our country and extend further my condolences to the bereaved families." Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former president of Ghana, sent in that one. And we've seen many social media posts as well, including that of Sam George. Sam George posted across his social media platforms yesterday, including Instagram. If I can fetch that quickly, I'll read that out also. And gentlemen and ladies in the back, maybe you can help project it, but I will just read what Sam George also said on his social media post yesterday. And he says, "Where do I start? And to whom do I turn? Everyone else is distraught and in despair. How does such tragedy befall a man so calm and warm?" And he's referring to Dr. Omane Boama. And Sam George says, "How do you leave me and the squad like this? The tears flow even when I try to compose myself. Composure is a distant reality for me, as the pain I feel cannot be expressed fully." And it's a long message.
A lot of us, especially we Christians, are asking questions. And at times as Christians, yes, when devastation strikes, for me, this is the second time this is happening to me. The first was in 2020 when my friend Oklu, the now regional minister, late husband,
Lindo Oklu's husband.
He was on his way to my residence when the accident happened. And I kept asking God why. But it is normal to ask God why. But at times as Christians, let's also ask ourselves, are we ready for the answers? So yes, we can ask God why, but we should also trust God enough to know that He knows better than us. And at times, we as humans are not ready for the answers.
It's difficult. I mean,
as for the, like you were saying, the machine pass, investigations will go on, black box will be retrieved, we'll get all those things.
I ask,
but asking God the questions, at times
I sit and I interrogate God, and I ask Him questions.
It's not easy.
Yes, it's not easy, but me, I'm a Christian.
Not easy.
But you see, if I have a father, I can interrogate my father.
Yeah, that's true.
So I take God as my father.
Yes.
And I put him on a chair, and I say, "God, speak to me. What happened?" I mean, we should know this one. We should know the why.
Yeah.
But for me, what it teaches us is that, you see, when Honorable Ambassador Sampiali died, and it got to me, but what it taught me is that, you see, this life is short, and we should be intentional about our relationships.
Yeah.
Cookie, when was the last time I called you? When the last time you called me? Honorable, after Kumasi, we've never spoken. The elections. Auntie, we spoke last night, but it was for what? Roland, when was the last time we spoke? Do you get me? So we shouldn't let our busy schedules go ahead of us. We should be intentional about our... Why are you laughing? Usually,
because we discussed this, I think just 2 days ago, when I think it was Roland and Nashoko and I were laughing at Joseph Akable when he says he doesn't do calling, he does texting. And I said, most of the time, people hide their true emotions behind text messages.
Wow.
And this question, how are you, is so underestimated that we take the question, how are you, for granted. Because even on your hospital beds, when the nurses and doctors come for their routine, they ask you, how are you? And the first question is, I'm fine. But you know you're sick, you know, and we underestimate that question, how are you? So we're debating about it, and I said, I would oftentimes do phone calls. I text. I'm not saying that I do not text, but through the phone call is when you can actually feel the real emotion or what the person is trying to hide, you know, behind the text message. So it resonated well with me. That's why I was smiling.
We should be very intentional about our relationships. You should make calls and all that. For instance, yesterday, when I woke up in the morning, it's a mistake I made. Maybe Omani too would have been pulled out. I had Omani on my mind.
Yesterday.
Yes, yesterday in the morning. It kept coming. Omani Boama, Omani Boama. So I said, what is the meaning of this? Do you get me? And I had Nasi's song as that. It kept coming to me. I said, this morning, what is going on? It kept coming. I mean, I'll pick my phone and say, oh, let me call Omani. Then I'll say, oh, it's too early. Do you get me? Around 5 o'clock, I woke up, I pray, do my morning devotion. So I picked my phone, I said, what is it? Should I call him? Do you get me? But I'm saying that we should be intentional about our relation. Because sometimes when people die, what I regret is not the death. Because if you stand well with Christ, if you're a good Muslim, you are going to a place. And that place is called heaven. And you are going to be with the Lord. And a place where it is beautiful, it is nice, it is comforting, it is soothing. Do you get me?
Yeah.
So when a person dies, yes, it's painful like this. But the pain is that they die spending enough time with this person. Did we have good conversation? Did I know what was going on in his or her life that I could have even helped? Or I took it for granted that because he's a big person, he can look after himself. So going forward, I think that with our busy schedules, even as politicians, we should be intentional about our relationships. We should be intentional about calling somebody. We should make it a point. So after some PLA, I made it a point that I'll call 2 people a day so that I don't miss that moment. You see, that moment where you should talk to somebody. But me, what I'm coming to say, nobody should stop me. I'm in a morning mood. But also when I observe something, I should say it. I saw His Excellency Nanado doing his condole, big English, condole, tibida. You see, but the point is that...
It's from Condolences.
I don't know. If there is a working encyclopedia, English one. So it's not economics one, English. So I'm saying that he spoke about only the armed forces. He didn't say the fallen servants of the nation. Let's look at this thing. He said that his condolences goes to the bereaved families of the fallen heroes of the armed forces. But we have lost 5 people.
2 cabinet ministers.
2 cabinet ministers. 1 former regional minister. The vice chairman of the ruling government. 1 MP who was robbed. He could have been an MP. 1 former cabinet minister, Munir. And you could not mention them. You couldn't mention them. Even here we are saying that let's put everything aside and be one. Where did he say? Maybe the one you showed. Maybe you paraphrased it. And where is it?
Because he mentions on the Facebook page, he says, led to the death of, he mentions Omani Boama, mentions Ibrahim.
But it's not here.
Okay.
That's what we saw.
I understand.
Then put everything
and
there.
And then also mentions, he mentioned.
But why do you paraphrase and leave those ones?
Because that is what now we've corrected it into
And then even goes on to say that he's spoken to the president. And then
well, as she views that, as Nana Yajatwa.
She's all gone blazing.
Yes, actually really confirms that. Let's take a break. We'll be right back. It's still TV3 New Day. Welcome back to TV3 New Day. We've been mourning our fallen heroes this morning, and let's just take a trip to some of the family homes of our fallen heroes. And our colleague Christian Yale, I'm told, is at the residence of Dr. Omane Boama. Christian Yale, if you can hear us, good morning. Hello, Christian Yale.
We are live from the residence of Dr. Edward Kofi Omane Boama, Ghana's defense minister, one of the 8 we lost tragically yesterday in that helicopter crash. I can tell you that when you get here, it's pretty empty. You don't see people around, unlike yesterday in the afternoon, getting to the evening thereabout when we came here, where you saw the masses gathered here, mourning and bereaved and in absolute pain. This morning is quite different when you get to this house. When we got here, we attempted to gain entry into the house, but the military officers around tell us that they are unable to grant any media person entry into the residence or into the house. The understanding, and as it were, is that the family wants to enjoy some privacy and without any media attention, without any interviews or the rest of them. And so that has been the situation right here from the residence of Dr. Edward Omane Boama. We understand that maybe later in the day and upon a special request, one is able to get access into the house. But I have a number of people here that I want to engage. I have this gentleman here that I want to talk to briefly to get his word and his thought on this whole situation and how things have been for him, how he received the news. You are a resident here. What is your assessment? What has been your reaction, and how did you receive this news?
In fact, it was terrible. I was up there working with my colleagues or my boys at the site, and then the lady called me that there's a problem over here with Omane Boama that had an accident and they've been crashed with an helicopter. In fact, we all screamed, and from the distance to the house is not far, so we rushed down here when the ambulance came with the cops, you know. So, in fact, this is terrible, and it's something that, of course, we all don't respect, because anytime you walk down here, you can feel the presence of somebody living here, somebody who is so precious, somebody who is so energetic, and somebody who just walk away to work. And then, unfortunately, we have such a tragedy or such unfortunate situation. I mean, this is terrible. This morning I got here and there was nobody, but then I feel so bad to see such a situation, and I pray that Ghana or we shouldn't experience such a tragedy to special people like this any longer. I mean, we say sorry to the family, and we sympathize to the wife and all the relatives and friends and sympathizers and what have you.
But are you a resident of this area?
Yeah, I was the first person who built his wall. I was the one who built his wall earlier on before he even came down here. So I know from the day one how this house was built and how it was even painted to the last minute he walked in. So we live with him for all this while. And unfortunately, though I have not met him personally before, I always see him on TV, you know, politics. You know, of course, I'm not very clear with him about politics, but as it is today and what has actually transpired is really, really unfortunate. It's very bad. It's very, very bad.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
Edward Tete.
Your namesake. Must have been a big blow to you, but that is the kind of reaction you get when you get here. And off record, I had an interaction with a number of residents around to gauge their mood and how they feel about this. Mema Oyako, your friend was saying? Abena NDC. How do you feel about this? News on what is saying, I want to say.
asam no kura to ye aboto ye ye nim de ye ka ya papa mu bebre wo mu nyina ya hwere ya ade ya hwere ya ade wo ndi simu ye ya sasam wo ya beto ye nti Ewrade ane e bom paye sa Ewrade mfo mu kra nsi mfam maye
mo fi hina ba ha no pe
mpatwe ye firi Kumase ye firi Asante Weji.
Okay. Nti mo fi Kumase mo si mo time ben enura anwumre na mo si mo na mabedu ha no pe
ye si mo nura anwumre na abedu ha no pe ya
ade nti na mo fi Kumase aba ha
me pa cho se de ete ya no ye ntimi ntena ye so ye ndi simamba nti de ato ye no ato ye nyina ye so ye papa no mo kura no no enye enchen ni nchen ye papa mo nimbo.
So she says they've come all the way from Kumase, the Ashanti region, to come and mourn with the family. They couldn't stay there. They feel it is better if they come here to get that feeling, direct sense of the pain and the loss thereof. She says she's called Abena NDC. But what's your name? Your friend say?
Janet Ebuesibi.
How did you receive this news?
Ekrade enkabi shemu me Dr. Sapon de Ebrada no. Former minister Ebrada na no me na wo part office. If you come say last 2 weeks yan mo come say mo Accra. Nto mo ye meet wo mu si fom nyina ene na di nkomo. But on the one can't so mo koye me dey test program wo boase bet enim so be kobi. Nten no me ye ne voice message ahomache. Ono ye ne voice a wo hwe no arepra bet me ye ne voice wan hwe. Ah nem se onipa de Tibetem ye wo ekobi office yete wa na hu se bibi saa de yesi plane bi akonya crash afede me yese me fra abusa ne number enko omu ye papa ye ka ne sen nya me pe no ye papa de do chief brother de mi hu no me ni di nkomo bebre papa be chiado ukore bi ada bone ukore bi ada bone ukore ada bone yeah, dear. It's about what to Kudampan, okay. And then that's so.
All right, so ruthless pain, inconsolable. Already you see them shedding tears, but let me quickly engage you. Apia Stadium, we know you have a name. I came to meet you here, and as it were, we are told no one is allowed entry until a particular period because the family wants to have some solitude and some privacy. Asemno abo pusa sena usiteno.
But once again, try best. Can be a first time? Can make cabrofo.
That is fine. You can still speak English.
No cabrofo, but
you can still speak English.
What about treaty and as well? But me, I'm fan of how they make come anymore. I'm brofo. Acquire TikTok message. TV3 for the same moment cancer my brain and the quainty. Dr. Manebu am a fee. Now more fun life and not just say more pedi umudi 22. Your high hachu, right?
Dabi chado but ye no film de enka
na ye ni bibia betima kabiem de asi no me no mienu ye ni option the entire one purpose to say Dr. Manebu ama ye ni party say de me no mienu na say be big blow say party kese de say NDC na ni park kese nan ye de soldier for no kura to nchen soldier ni no pilot no to nchen na ye hwe Promotional party atade party ba ku ni pack nan be nsia na enuma tono ya samwa masa ne ka no me beduru akura me hwe area no say busu so mo pam privacy na busu Africa fodua ba o ma me mo enti soja force untimi force mpanetwiti nya de omompe ohwe a una ase o ma me ba no kombobo enti wo say gire ni mo ha se bi ekeye o se kuruma na Kumase a Africa bi abehu chance due bi say ade bi efrato na mo say enya nwa say lumba kura wi na busu so mo nyefunu mo baja be Kumase ye be din kra ha wo no o se wo ye aduana bretu kura ha mo baja se no nti
well no but you agree and what you to say oye na bisi sa na breach ebo a won be hia say abusua no whatever it is no there should be that privacy for them ashase na ba ye na ye ko ye ne omokoso also ogitum say abusua say open privacy. It's not about baby or fini kroben, so I know that you should agree with that.
Bro, for now, them say tete, and I can't tell you, me condemn say more privacy. I'm talking about say, on say Dupont Kakakase to say Kabia. I'm talking about the mammy bomb kuru say, Yeni Kumasia Santimema Cowboys a who signal be. I'm not saying me trabai, but they make kind of say Kaipia Hay won't so Dupont.
But you didn't see Chenya. How grave is it? I was Nipa Bibria, Nipa Bibria, but to Ghana have a Bia Bekobiama on leaders across the world are, bereaved and they are in pain together with the country. Wono Senate Mouse here, Tiawa.
Me good mood and I say nije ni me kremu me gene say nipa miensa pa purpose a minimum no Dr. Manebo ma me gene fie ni me Dr. Samuel Sapon ene abrantie na owu oboase ono so ka ho no nije bia na metime nya biem within the 1 year vi say de me kan nyina purpose pa ne say yehwehwe nyame na menumenu yema odon tran mu na ye just transit here na asase ye ni bibia ye na asase so ye twa mu se onipa na mum me behave se abraye nya nipa bi se wo we no se etosofo preach obeka che se ye mfa manyame eto mimi a sofo beka se mfa manyame etosofo pa ojiro ehye nkoma obeka che se awrade nyankopon.
So that's Apia Stadium. It's just absolute pain and sorrow, grief that has covered everyone here. I still see a number of people who are making their way to this residence in their various vehicles. The truth is that from here we are going to make our way to the residence of Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed as well to get to gauge the atmosphere there and as well to engage some few people. But when you talk to everyone, it's a pain that would take generations to deal with. It's a loss, very profound one. We will be back to you in studio.
All right, Christian Yali, thank you very, very much. Now, the last time we saw him here in studio was during the Salah celebrations. We had a good conversation, but he is also personally related to Honorable Murtala Mohammed. Now, he's the former Imam, Ghana National Mosque, and founder. He is Imam Ismail Mohammed Tusura, and he's here in studio with us this morning. And remember, moments ago, we're discussing how devastating it can be and how many questions we have to ask God about this particular incident. I mean, it's not the first time it's happened. Personally, in your own lives, I'm sure you're dealing with stuff that you don't have answers to. And Imam, good to see you. It's not on a good note, but it's good to have you here in studio. As a relative of Honorable Murtala Mohammed, how are you feeling this morning?
First of all, I will say good morning to you and your viewers. And this is a sad day for us. And as a Muslim, I will say that Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, which is translated as we belong to Allah and surely we will return to Him. And
frankly, could you also say?
The Prophet also said that whenever Allah loves people, He tests them. So we took it as this is a great test, not only for the family, but for the entire nation. Allah stated in the Holy Quran that do mankind think that whenever they said they believe, they have faith in Allah, and they shall not be tested? Allah further stated that we have tested those who came before you, just to know that indeed you are true to yourselves. So this is a great test, and we ask Allah to guide and protect all of us amongst those of His servants whom He has protected.
Imam, but I'm sure many people are asking that why would God who created us, and you just reiterated that he loves us.
Yeah.
That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Why would he decide to test us in a way that brings tears, sorrow, and in this very deep way that we will not forget in a long time? Does he really love us that much?
Yeah, so that's, I think while I was coming,
Right.
I saw one of our brothers saying that if we are to ask Allah for what happened, then we should be ready to know the answers.
Yeah.
Allah in his wisdom, this is not something that is sad, even though as a human being, of course, it's a shocking news for us. But then if Allah were to tell us the secret behind that, we would have said that we thank Allah. So Allah wouldn't test us with something which is bad for us.
All right. As a relative of Honorable Murtala Muhammad, how would you fondly remember him?
I think in April, after I came here, I was with him in Mecca during the month of Ramadan. We were in Mecca together for Umrah, and there are videos circulating on social media where he preaches, where he recites the Holy Quran. So I think he shall be remembered for all of these things. Yeah, he will be remembered for all of these things.
For the grieving families, okay, Rolly, please come in before I ask there. For the grieving families who are confused, I mean, not just the family, it's the entire nation. But for his wife, his children, and all of that, as a man of God, in these moments, how do we navigate?
Yeah, so this is certainly not the first one, and it will certainly not be the last. So in Islam, whenever these things happens, we try to console the family. What Allah said in the Holy Quran about being patient and stuff. These things happen to those who came before us. How do they gather themselves? So that's what, even right after here, we are going to the family house at Chado to console the family. Yeah.
Okay, yes,
All right. So we see that in his home state or hometown, we're told that the burial has been postponed. What usually is the guide by the hadith when it comes to the Quran regarding how you bury?
Yeah, so if all things are being equal, we Muslims, whenever someone dies, it is required that we bury him or her on the same day. But maybe if there are circumstances, then we can postpone it to any other day for the convenience of the people. Yeah.
So this can go till after a month, after 2 months?
A month is too long. Even a week too is too long. Yeah. I think the family are negotiating, gathering just to, inshallah, as and when they comes out with any decision, I think it will be duly communicated.
But would 1 week be in due season for it?
I think so. I don't think it should be up to a week.
Okay.
I don't think it should be up to a week.
What's the religious rationale behind burying early, as stated by the Quran?
Yeah, so we, in Islam, we have primary source of our law, and which is the Holy Quran and prophetic sayings. So if you take a look at during the lifetime of our beloved prophet, whenever someone dies, they bury him early because prophet said that if someone dies, angels are there to question him. And it is after we bury them, that's when they will be questioned. So it is necessary for us to bury the person that early. Yeah.
All right. Let's come to the rites that are performed. Would this be different from a person who probably dies a normal death? In these kind of tragedies, is it different?
Yeah, so it's actually the same. But then it is said that if someone dies like this, obviously, and does not associate any partnership in worship with Allah, he will surely be in heaven. Yeah, this is, they died rendering their services to the nation. So we call this jihad. We call this jihad. They died in the path of Allah.
Right.
Yeah, so it's virtually the same.
Okay.
It's virtually the same. And usually what we used to do is that when we bury the person, I think first day, second day, third day, we'll gather and then to remind ourselves about the favors, about the tragedy. And then after that, it ends there. A prophet in an authenticated hadith mentioned that whenever the son of Adam passes away, all his good deeds will also go along with him, except three. The last part is that if you beget a good son, after your demise, the son will be saying a prayer for you. So I think for the entire Ummah, if you are a Muslim, Christian, we have to be praying. It is obligatory, mandatory upon us to be praying for them. Yeah.
Okay. You're on your way to the family house, you mentioned, but Tamale is watching you, Ghana is watching you, the entire Muslim fraternity is watching you this morning. What will be your last words before you go?
My last words is Allah stated that all of us, we shall taste death. Death is inevitable, even though the circumstance in which this happened is very shocking. But then we can't run away from it. Even if they didn't die through this accident, the same time they would have been dead is really ordained by Allah. And let me tell you this. There was a man during the lifetime of Prophet King Solomon. There was a man who came to the Prophet, and then as he was sitting with him, he was destined to die in India, but he was sitting with King Solomon in Palestine. So the angel of death came, waited for him in India. He wasn't coming. He turned himself as a human being, came to King Solomon and was just looking at the man. The man was afraid. So he went out. The man asked the prophet that, who was this man? And King Solomon said that that was the angel of death. And the man said that, I'm afraid. Can you please command the wind to send me to India? Not knowing that that's the same place he will be passing
He was meant to die.
Yeah, so the angel of death waited for him. He wasn't coming. So he went straight to India, waiting for him. The wind brought him, and that was actually the same place he collected his soul. So we as Muslims, even though I personally believe that this should be investigated, but then it was meant to happen. There was nothing we could have done to prevent this. It's meant to happen. When Allah says yes, I mean, that is yes.
We cannot question it.
Can't question.
All right. Imam Ismail Muhammad Tusura, former Imam, Ghana National Mosque, was with us, or has been with us this morning, on his way to Honorable Murtala Muhammad's family house.
I'll just recite 2-3 verses to console them.
Please go ahead.
Please do.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا استعينوا بالصبر والصلاة إن الله مع الصابرين ولا تقولوا لمن يقتل في سبيل الله أموات بل أحياء ولكن لا تشعرون ولنبلونكم بشيء من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون. So let me, this is a verse from the Holy Quran. This is Quran, verse, chapter 2, verse 153. Allah stated that, O you who believe, seek help in patience and in prayer. Truly, Allah is with the patient. And say not of those who are killed in the way of Allah, that they are dead. Nay, they are living, but you perceived it not. And certainly, we shall test you with something of fear, hunger, loss of wealth, lives, and fruits, but give glad tidings to the patient, who, when afflicted with calamity, say, truly, to Allah we belong, and truly to Him we shall return. There are those on whom are salawat, that is, who are blessed and will be forgiven from their Lord. And there are those who receive His mercy. And it is they who are the guided ones. So this is a verse from the Holy Quran just to console the entire nation. May Allah accept them.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. It's still TV3 New Day. Nanaya Chimpimjantua is still here with us. Rodley Imoro is also still with us. For the moment, let's take a breather. We'll be right back. part of the three-day national day of mourning that the president has instituted. We here on TV3NewDay have just together with you as a nation been mourning the souls of our dearly departed. We've had conversations here in studio. We've gone to the house of Dr. Omane Boamah, who have asked for privacy at the moment. And as you saw in that footage, almost nobody is allowed to come into the house. And we'll continue with our tour this morning to find out exactly what's going on. And as we've been told from yesterday, Dr. Omane Boamah was a student of Pope John's Secondary School. He was a Pojoba. And this morning, let's go to Pojo's, where our colleague is standing by. Miss Nikwe is standing by to report on exactly what the mood and atmosphere is at the moment. Miss Nikwe, if you can hear us, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. What's the atmosphere in the school at the moment? Can you hear us? Hello, good morning. Miss Nikwe, can you hear us? I think we're getting a delayed feed. Okay. We'll just move on to some messages. Roland, I'm sure you've got tons and tons of messages this morning. We'll get into some messages and tributes.
Messages and then also almost like the directive. This one is coming from Justice Kwam, who is a special assistant to the Minister for Food and Agriculture. That is Eric Opoku. And he says that the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoku, extends his condolences to the families of the departed ministers and officials, as well as the personnel of the Ghana Air Force aboard the helicopter that crashed. And he, as part of all protocols being observed, as a devoted public servant as they were, has also immediately suspended all appointment meetings and engagements, not only from yesterday, but also for today, and then also joining the presidency and the nation in mourning the departed colleagues and fallen heroes. And that's from Justice Kwam, PA to the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoku. All right. A couple of you were having difficulties with your channels on cable TV, but you say it's been restored now. Felix, I see your comment as well. But more importantly, this one is coming from Osei Boatin, who says that it's so sad and tragic to see this, that our country has lost people, leading statesmen who are serving the good people of Ghana. What needs to be done is also look at ways by which we could investigate this incident after the mourning period. And that's coming from Nick Majesty. And we have a couple more messages coming through, but this one is coming from Awudu. Awudu says that I'm watching you right now from Wa, and it's been so difficult for me to believe that they are still not alive. What a tragedy. Cephas Arthur with the Ghana Police Service says that tragic demise of 8 souls. This is so devastating. Indeed, life is fleeting. I'm inconsolable. And he says, can you play Benny Sofe's song, See, Life is So Short? Okay, see you, my brother, life is so short. Okay, so you said that as well. And many other related. Do you have some comments to make?
I'm still sifting.
Okay, so this one is coming from Emmanuel, who says that my fondest memories of Dr. Omane Boamah was when we worked with him as election directors for the NDC for the 2024 general election. All I can say to our members is for this, to be on guard but deactivate all body cams. Gabriel Blankson Wager says that please let the authority investigate the person who controls the radar. the radar machine at the airport. That is at the airport. So we'll see how that goes. All right. All right.
More tributes coming in, and we're going to go through a few of them before we wrap up this morning. And this one is from the Economic Community of West African States, and this one was signed by His Excellency. Rolly, if you can help me, because it's closer to you, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
This one is coming from the President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Omar Aliu Toure, and also acknowledges with profound sorrow the message received about the tragic news of the helicopter crash in Ghana, which claimed the lives of several senior government officials, including the Minister of Defense, as well as mentioning the Minister for the Environment. It continues that on behalf of the staff and leadership of all ECOWAS institutions, the ECOWAS Commission is extending their deepest condolences to the bereaved families, the government, and the people of the Republic of Ghana. And the ECOWAS Commission concludes that their thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ghana in this moment of national grief. Do we have the one from Kenny? This one is coming from Russell Dlamini, the king of Eswatini, says he's lent with deep sadness and sorrow the passing of two cabinet ministers from the Republic of Ghana, the vice chairman of a ruling party and national security advisor, and crew members in the crash in the central Ashanti region. Now, on behalf of His Majesty the King, Her Majesty, the government, and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini, they extend their deepest condolences to President John Dramani Mahama, the government and people of Ghana, and especially the families of all the deceased and loved ones. At this difficult time, they say their thoughts and prayers are with all who mourn their loss, and may their soul rest in peace, by way of the conclusion. This one is coming from Kennedy Ohinie, Japan. I have received with deep sorrow the heartbreaking news of the tragic crash that has claimed the lives of 8 distinguished Ghanaians, including senior government officials and dedicated members of the Ghana Armed Forces who were carrying out their official duties. It continues that this is a great loss to the Republic of Ghana. Their service, patriotism, and commitment to the development and security of our country will never be forgotten. The bereaved families, the government, the NDC fraternity, and the entire nation, I extend my heartfelt condolences to them. May the Almighty God grant them eternal rest and comfort the hearts of those left behind. Indeed, he concludes that this is a moment of national grief and says Ghanaians all should stand united in prayer and reflection as a country we mourn their tragic loss.
We know we will get there. Boom,
Methodist Church Ghana and extending condolences to His Excellency the President, the government, bereaved families and the entire nation on the unfortunate accident that has taken away some members of government and the crew who were, as we know, on a national assignment. And the Methodist Church Ghana in the statement said this national tragedy should bring Ghanaians face to face with a fragile nature of life, yet be reminded that the God we serve is a refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Taking that quote from Psalm 46:1, in this painful moment, they say they mourn as a people and not as those without hope. For even in the valley of the shadow of death, we are assured of God's abiding presence. We also have one also from the Frimpong Manso Institute, which also says dark clouds have eclipsed our beloved nation following the crash. And the Frimpong Manso Institute commiserates with the bereaved families, as well as His Excellency the President and the Ghanaian forces and generally the people of Ghana. And subsequently says the loss of the two ministers and the high-profile personalities, as well as the crew, is a catastrophic one of unprecedented proportions. In the face of this, it is God alone who can assuage the pain and wipe away the tears, it concludes. Signed by Dr. Lafo Moni. And so from the National Peace Council, we have this one coming from the chairman and the governing board of the National Peace Council, the Most Reverend Kofi Fianu, who has also in the statement expressed shock and length of the tragic passing. The chairman conveys his deepest commiserations to the president and the people of Ghana, and also assuring in these times of their continuous prayers and solidarity as we all mourn as a country. And we have more messages coming through, but we have to go through to Yvonne. And before we do so, this one is coming from the Jospon Group and signed by its executive chairman, Dr. Joseph Siang Ejapong, who says he's deeply saddened by the tragic helicopter crash, claiming the lives of the individuals as he names them in the statement. He says, Dr. Siang Ejapong of the Jospon Group says, this is heartbreaking, a loss to their families, to the government and to the nation. On behalf of the entire Jospon Group, he extends his deepest condolences to the bereaved families, and the thoughts and prayers of the Jospon Group are with them during these difficult times, and concludes that may their soul rest in perfect peace. From Dr. Siang Ejapong, the Group Chief Executive for the Jospon Group. But let's go to Yvonne. who currently is at Pujon's secondary as well as seminary school, and will be joining us because, particularly for Dr. Omane Boama, he is an old student of the school. Well, good morning to you. What can you tell us about what the atmosphere is, Yvonne?
We knew him in the school, and almost about 25 or 30 years ago, he's still the same in terms of the qualities of a leader, mainly for me being have respect for others and be humble. So that's what I immediately can say about him. I mean, God has richly blessed him with these qualities, which no amount of money can buy. And also his generosity. I just got to know that apart from this terrible road that we used to have, in which he single-handedly facilitated in its reconstruction, and he had been doing so much more for the school, the students, that most of us never got to know. And I was really touched when I heard that. Forget about even the road for now. So much has been done by him that you cannot quantify in monetary terms. It's a big loss.
But all I know about the man was that he was a patriotic leader, and as a leader, I'm also enthused to follow in his footsteps. I received this news yesterday, and I was really petrified. It reminds me of the Psalms 90, that we pass away, the days of our life pass away like a sigh. And even though he was a good man, God has taken him away from us. He knows best. So let his will.
And that's, well, a former alumni or an alumni of Pujos, as well as current students and staff speaking to us there, and Yvonne compiling that for us. But more importantly, well, we have Pastor Mensa Ultibil of ICJC having a word of prayer for the deceased of those who have departed and their families left behind.
Important Ghanaians lost their lives. About 8 men woke up this morning just to do their work, to go to their work, to do their duty. Some as ministers of state, some as other government officials, some as military officers, just to do what should routinely be done. But they went and sadly lost their lives. And today there's crying and weeping in many homes, and wives have lost their husbands, and children have lost their fathers. Parents have lost their children. Siblings have lost their brothers. And we just want to pray for all the families affected by this tremendous tragedy. And we want to pray for the wives, we want to pray for the children, we want to pray for the parents, we want to pray for siblings, we want to pray for family members who are being so devastated by this huge tragedy that has hit them. It has hit all of us as a nation, but there are people who it touches very closely because this is their blood.
Yeah, so as we conclude coverage for New Day, we have this one coming from the Republic of Vanuatu and the Trade Commission, sending their message of condolence on the tragic loss being experienced in Ghana. And to the government and people of Ghana, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and External Trade, and the Vanuatu Trade Commission extending their message of condolence to Ghana. And this message is signed by the Honorable Makati, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation of External Trade, the Republic of Vanuatu. And that'll be for now. You can get more updates of our relevant content, but also the upload of this comprehensive coverage across TV3 Ghana on social media. That'll be it for today.
We are Heaven knows where we are going, but we know we will get there. Boom, boom, ti-boom, ti-boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, ti-boom,